everyone. Welcome back to Comic Book Late Night Unlimited. We're finally back for this show. Sorry, it's been a while. We've got several weeks of books to take a look at, and we'll knock out as many of them as humanly possible. But as always, I've got my buddy Chris and Austin with us.
I am also here.
Austin with his kick-ass Mars Attack shirt.
That is a great shirt.
That's pretty rocking. We all got rocking shirts on. Let's not sell you guys short.
Well, I had to wear Power Rangers because I'm gonna review the belated, but the new Power Rangers book. Spoilers. I ain't stoked about it, but I am gonna talk about it. So
I'm wearing a shirt that says "Ska and pro wrestling are the only legitimate forms of art."
Wow, I know a lot. I know a lot of people that hate both of those things.
Not
one
me.
or the other, or both equally.
That's so specific. I love it.
Sometimes you just got pick it up.
Jason got in an argument with his uncle while we were on vacation last week. I spent the whole week with my wife's family last week in St. Louis, and they got in an argument about ska.
Really?
Yeah, it was pretty funny. And I think Jason did a really good job defending the ska music.
You know what? Good for him. Good for him.
It's one of the only two forms of art.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, both of which involve hitting people with chairs sometimes too.
It would have been great if Jason had said, "Oh, great! Next thing you're gonna tell me is you don't like pro wrestling."
Just burst in there, kid. Like, let me smart you up the business, jabroni.
So, Austin, you've not been with us in a bit. I feel like the last show you weren't here for, and so you've got quite a backlog of books. And I'm sure you're not going to talk about everything you've bought and read since you were on the show last. But
I couldn't get to all of it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I had 40 books coming into this, and there was no way I was going to be able to read all those.
I did a service last week. I
had like 16, but I've been on more shows than you have.
I surrendered my copy of Muppets Noir.
Why?
It was for a child.
Oh,
it was for a
okay.
Yes, it was a child needed a comic, and I was like, I got.
Now wait, when you say your copy, you mean of issue 3, right?
Surprisingly, no. They had issue 3 on the shelf.
Was it one or was it like a trade? Or no, that's not been long enough to have a trade.
Yeah, no, it was issue 1. I went in. It was a sketch cover too. And I was like, all right, it's a child. They can take their crayons and do like a...
Oh, you mean it was a blank cover?
It was a blank cover,
blank sketch cover.
Yeah. It wasn't like, no one's actually like drawn on it yet, so that's why.
But it wasn't like a $10 sketch cover.
No, yeah. But here's like...
They drew like pictures of Pac-Man and Heather Locklear. It was some wild stuff.
Exactly, yeah. Just draw whatever.
Well, that was very charitable of you. And also, it's not like you can't replace it.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
You'll find that in another shop somewhere.
I was going to say, too.
Did you read it first?
I didn't know. I was like, there's a child in need.
No, that's awesome.
I was like, yeah, I'll wait. And then it's like, kid needs it.
No, getting kids to read comics is a kind of high form of charity to me.
I do what I can.
We did a drive a few years ago. I'd like to do it again.
Yeah.
We did a live stream drive a few years ago to raise money for a charity that sends comics to hospitals.
Oh, that's cool.
For kids, and we raised, I don't remember, $200 or $300 for them.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah.
And I talked to the guy that runs it on the phone for like 2 hours. He was really cool. And,
anyway,
we should do that again.
Yeah.
That's a thing that I meant to keep coming back to, and like everything, it just got away from me, and I haven't done it. But I'd like to do that whole thing again because it was wonderful. I just thought that was a great cause.
You know, if you do happen to find a Muppet Noir sketch cover, there's something very important you could do. You could have an artist put on that sketch cover the Fraggle Rock cast.
Well, sure.
Yeah. Just put some like Dark Crystal folks there. Draw someone, draw David Bowie, the Labyrinth.
I was going to say weirder and go Labyrinth with
exactly, yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Bob the Hunter, you're reviewing Absolute Batman tonight. I'll touch on it because I was out of town this last week. I wasn't able to get to the shop and get my new books from last week, so I read a couple of them in digital. But I don't physically have them, and I scanned through them a little quicker than I probably would have if I had them physically. But the literally only thing I don't like about Nerdstalgia, about the shop that I go to, is they're not open on Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah.
And I came back on Sunday night, so there's no way to get my books before today. Like,
just break a window.
Literally could. And what's funny is, I'm not going to say I thought about doing that, but I did.
But you thought about doing it.
But because I
didn't think about it, I just did it.
But because I had to take Jason to dance the last 2 days, I've been in that parking lot 4 times, driving by that store and going, this is irritating. My books are right in there.
Yeah.
Like they're right there. So I'm not going to say I thought about breaking in, but I was going, damn it. How come I can't get to these? They're just right there. Anyway,
just put your face against the window like a starving orphan looking at a bakery. Like,
no comics denied.
So oddly, like a starving child, needing Chris's comic books.
Exactly. Muppet Noir, is that you?
So oddly, tonight turned into an accidental Spider-Man theme night. Our cover of the week tonight is a Spider-Man book, a Web of Spider-Man annual from 1992, and then our featured book for tonight, which came up on the Wheelspin last time, is a Dan Slott miniseries, 5-issue miniseries from 2005 that is several kind of one-shot stories going through the ages about Spider-Man and the Human Torch. And the book is actually just called Spider-Man and Human Torch, but then the trade called it I'm With Stupid.
Yeah.
And it's really, I guess they just named it that because they wanted something cute that would sell, because because I guess the deal is, like, the whole thing doesn't have one story name because it's kind of 5 stories.
Yeah.
But the I'm With Stupid thing is just the last panel.
Yeah.
It's like a really odd thing to name it. But anyway, that's what they called it.
Like,
so
we need a title. We need something.
It isn't actually called... They really didn't, though. I mean, the book itself was just Spider-Man Human Torch. I don't know why they couldn't have just sold it as that.
Yeah.
It makes it sound like more of a comedy book than it is, even though it is kind of a comedy book. Like, I went into that assuming it was going to be straight up farce.
Yeah, I went in expecting, like, World's Funnest, you know? I went...
Yeah, me too, and it really isn't that.
No, yeah. I mean, it was... I was entertained.
Yeah,
you know?
we'll talk about it
later.
Of course, at the end, but I was just kind of surprised that it was less of a jokey book. I mean, it is jokey, but less of a comedy.
Expected Sergio Aragones to draw it.
So, as always, we want to mention, again, the wheel spins. If there's a book that you'd like us to try to talk about on this show, you can leave a $5 super chat, and we will add it to the list. We have quite a bit on the list right now, so we can't promise that your thing will ever get picked up. So you're kind of putting in the lottery at this point. But as long as we're doing this show, and we don't have any plans on stopping anytime soon, there is always a good possibility that yours will come up. And right now we've got, it's hard to say, probably like 25 or 30 books on the list. And still a few things that Austin and I and Chris put on, but most of it is viewer chosen at this point.
It's funny, dude, because like I've had 2 that have gotten pulled
Big
in.
Crazy variety. Some of it is awful.
Yep.
And some of it is good, and some of it I have no idea.
Marvel is looking directly at us too.
No, that is straight up a loaded round.
Yeah.
In the chamber.
I will agree with whoever said that Master of the Universe was amazing too. That did me.
I mean, agree to disagree. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, okay, I will say too that I've had to, for various reasons, I've had to do a lot of like the similar HR training stuff like that too. So I'm watching that and be like, yep, Adam's taking a real strength-based approach to Skeletor right now.
I liked that stuff, honestly, more than the rest of the movie, which I'm kind of shocked to say. But
I mean, there's good stuff in it.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, we already reviewed it, but like there was no that movie had no business going to Earth at all.
Yeah,
and there are like good ideas that popped in my head for how you could have done that.
Yeah.
But it ended up being totally superfluous, and it just felt like a really compromised script that, like Austin said, was just kind of too many ideas that don't really gel together.
Yeah, I mean,
it was also massively overwritten. It is 45 minutes too long.
It's funny. I will say too that
But I'm glad you had fun with it.
It was basically what I was expecting too. It's like, all right, this is gonna be a nostalgia bomb with like a lot of references to the Dolph. I was expecting as many references to the Dolph Lundgren movie.
Yeah, I also didn't expect that.
Yeah.
I figured we'd kind of ignore that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, anyway, I don't want to get too packed on that right now because we've got so much to do tonight.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and get into stuff coming out tomorrow, shall we? So let me just make sure I'm on the right week here.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, we've got Absolute Wonder Woman 21 and Absolute Superman 20. It's so odd how those are off by just one number right now.
Yeah.
They should double ship Absolute Superman one time so they can catch it up.
I think it's because of the like drop off of the artist thing it had right away, where the guy who's drawing Absolute Green Arrow was supposed to do Superman at first, and then something happened and they had to change the artist before it started. So I feel like that maybe puts it off one issue. Because I think the Trinity was supposed to be all at the same month.
Speaking
but I could be wrong.
Austin, did you catch up on Absolute Green Arrow?
Yes. Yeah, I read issue 2 today.
Okay. I figured you probably did, so I went ahead and read it in digital. So I don't have the physical copy in front of me right now, but I did go ahead and get that knocked out. So those are the only two from last week that I went ahead and read, is that and Absolute Batman.
Oh, okay.
Which I don't have a lot to say about, but is a lot meatier than the last couple of issues. That one gets quite a bit done.
Yeah.
But anyway, other things coming out tomorrow, Detective 1110, Superman 39. I missed a Superman somewhere, so I think it was like, I can't remember if I missed 38 or 37. I think maybe 37 is the start of that new arc, and 38 is the one I missed. But I've not read that yet, so I got to get caught up on that book. But somehow I missed it when it came out, Chris. I don't know what happened there. So I still have only read the first of the Superboy Prime stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm excited about that. It was really good.
Yeah.
And I heard about a thing. I don't know I think it's for 39 or for 38, but they're bringing back a character that makes me interested to see what they're doing with that.
Oh, okay.
So I really need to catch up on that run.
Justice League Unlimited, X-Men 32, Captain America, Zatanna. Austin's reading that book, I think.
Yep.
Flash 34. Are you still reading Flash?
Oh yeah, Flash is a super fun book. I'm really enjoying that.
I need to pick up because I really like the first book. I really like the first one.
I've been intrigued every time you've talked about it. It sounds neat.
Yeah, no, it's just like classic fun Silver Age kind of superhero comics.
And it's Wally too.
Yep.
Wonder Woman, Green Arrow, Ultimate Universe finale number 1. Didn't we already end that?
Well, Ultimate Endgame number 5, you passed that as well as an issue this week.
Oh, I missed that. Where's that?
It's like
it was right next to Unlimited.
Okay, so explain that to me. So Ultimate Endgame ends, and then the same week they put out Ultimate Finale. So is that like an epilogue to that story in that universe, but they put it out the same week as the...
I don't know. I also, the ending of one of those, I don't know which one leaked, and there's also some shenanigans with how they handled that, but yeah.
Oh no. Are you just not wanting to spoil it? Because I don't think anybody's going to care.
I mean, I figured I just shouldn't spoil it, but I mean, I can say it if you want me to.
Put it in your back pocket and try to remind us.
Yeah, when we get around to it, we'll talk about it.
It's right there. It's right there in the back pocket.
Just slip it right in.
Wolverine 22. That's a real dramatic cover. Look at that. He's just He's just losing it there.
Just
Hold on.
His claws are snapped.
does he have some bone?
Yeah, why does it say
It looks like it,
snapped?
yeah.
Oh, because he snapped
'Cause
his bone claws?
It's like snicked but snapped.
snapped? Okay.
Because from afar, I thought it was just his claws were starting to come out, but no, they're
Yeah.
They're
snapped
busted
off.
off.
I do need to
Yeah.
read.
Well, that's why it's so dramatic, Austin.
I do love the copy. Wolverine has been.
I mean, I'm
technology,
moving away from it because
You're like, I'm out, yo.
Yeah,
It's very, very Marvel copy.
yeah.
Wolverine has been beaten down to the bone, literally. Cap's like, no, we're out.
There are things they can write that would make me not buy a thing that I might otherwise buy.
That's fair.
I mean, that's not one of them, but
but it's close.
Void Rivals, Doom Quest, Swamp Thing, Venom. I don't know who's buying that Harley Quinn book, but it is 63 issues in.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
That's nuts. Do you guys know anything about Corpse Knight? Have we talked about this?
Yes, we talked about it when it was the first issue. I don't know about issue 2, but that's that one where I was kind of interested in it because it's Skybound, but the guy that's writing it is the director of the last couple Conjuring shared universe movies, and those all suck. So I was like, I don't know about that, but it could be good. Like, it's not a movie where there's 8 billion voices going into one thing, so who knows?
Some of these creator-owned image horror things. We'll read the initial copy for them, and then they'll all start to kind of blur together if I didn't actually look at them.
Yeah,
like if I didn't read the actual book.
Yeah.
So I've probably done this with certain titles like 4 different times. Has anybody heard of this? Yeah, Cap, you talked about that when it first came out.
You talk about it every week.
Every single time it releases.
There's a lot of books out there too. We got
Bizarro Year None was a book that I kicked around trying, but I didn't. So I don't know if any of our audience has read this, and
no, and that's
Kevin Smith.
Oh, it's Kevin Smith. Yeah, okay. I was like, that's somebody, but I can't remember who it is.
But I'm curious as to how that is, because Kevin Smith, I want to say is a hit and miss comic writer.
Yeah.
I think it's more like past a certain year, he's always not very good.
Yeah,
but
I mean, his Green Hornet.
Somebody tell me how that is.
I mean, I like his Green Hornet, but that was also
that
something
doesn't count. It's a film script.
I mean, that's true.
Literally nothing I've read from him past the late 90s.
Yeah.
And it would be funny to write a bad Bizarro book because you're like, well, it's Bizarro.
It's Bizarro, yeah, exactly.
That's true. You can almost get away with that.
Yeah. Of course, since it's, knowing Kevin Smith's track record with miniseries, it's probably going to get to like issue 3.
And then he won't finish
it.
Yeah.
I mean, the only reason...
the first comment when I clicked on it was like, oh, thank God issue 2 has been solicited. We have to wait.
Yeah. I mean, the only reason Guardian Devil finished was because, like, Jimmy Palmiotti, like, had to threaten him over the phone.
Yeah, he never finished Widening Gyre. And what's weird about Kevin Smith is, I mean, it's not like you're doing the art.
Yeah,
like you're just writing it. Why can't you finish? Like, how hard is it?
Yeah,
to get it.
Well, it cuts into his pot smoking time, Cap.
He's got to write Tusk somehow.
He's not doing that anymore, though.
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. It's cutting into his not smoking pot time.
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's a busy guy. Obviously, like he owns his own movie theater and he's constantly podcasting. And I mean, like, I get that, but like, you commit to it. I guess all I'm saying is I can't get into a person's head. It's not fair to be like, how can you not finish that? Yeah. I mean, like I'm the pot calling the kettle. Like there are certainly series we've started that we've not finished or we've not done more of. That
I think we're all guilty
of
that too.
Well, Cap, how hard is it? And it's like, well,
yeah.
I mean, there's often lots of different reasons, but when you commit to like a company to put out a product,
yes,
it's a little different than when it's just you're making a thing.
Well, especially like a lot of like no name creators, if you don't finish a project, if you're not somebody with like the clout of Kevin Smith, that's your career.
It's not like you're gonna get work again. But the point I was gonna make is it's just more understandable to me when it's art.
Yeah.
When it's
Yeah.
a script, it's like it's 22 pages.
And I hate to
Like
say
you
it,
want it to be good, but also there's a part of me that's like, I don't know, just take a weekend, get it knocked out.
Marvel
like,
style it. Just write that, write the word Doctor Doom on a piece of paper. Tell Jack Kirby to give you 20 pages by Friday.
Anyway, I'm going down a rabbit hole here.
Yeah.
Escape number 8 from Image. King Spawn 56 is tomorrow. Ultimate Impact Reborn. We love that
Well, it's
title.
another Ultimate book.
Well, you see, the finale has to have an impact before it's
Well, yeah,
reborn.
Austin, we've talked about that whole thing.
No, it's just I knew that this existed. It's just funny that it's all the same day.
Why is it all the same day? Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, spread it out a little.
That's how you have an impact to get reborn.
So DC
true.
is trying to do the thing they did last year with Superman with Supergirl. Summer of Supergirl Special 1. But I haven't seen like the Summer of Supergirl banner over books like we had with Summer of Superman. So I don't know if that's just if they're just using that branding for that one book, or if that's actually like an initiative they're doing. And they're doing some extra Supergirl stuff. Right now, Austin and I will talk about the Elseworlds book that just started. But it's kind of odd that they have a thing called that, because I don't think they're really using that as a branding thing.
I don't think so. And like, even talking about that movie, they haven't really. So that might just be like, oh, the movie's coming out this month. Let's put out a special, and we'll just call it that.
Mm-hmm. Just because they did it last year.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's like tangentially tied to the movie that you can see that they're trying to market it, but it's not as hard of a marketing drive as you'd kind of expect, considering how hard they're kind of pushing the movie.
Well, in Superman, last year was everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, for about 3 months, it felt like Superman was finally Batman for DC. Everything was Superman there for a minute. Gunslinger Spawn is tomorrow. Quite a bit of Spawn tomorrow. The Peril of the Brutal Dark.
An Ezra
Kane mystery, number 5. I'm sure we've mentioned this, but that is a long title. White Sky.
Yeah, that's I've talked about that book.
Oh, you have? Okay. Generation X.
I didn't get to the new issue, but yeah.
Oh, Marvel. Stop it. Capes, Conan, Feral, Moonstar, Red, Roots. That's not a book you've tried, is it, Austin?
Yeah, I talked about issue 1, and I got issue 2 for today.
See, I just can't remember the names of any of these things.
Oh, yeah, no, you're good.
Yeah.
And Austin's reading a lot more than I am.
Yeah.
In my defense, I'm usually, when you're talking, just jumping on Google trying to find the covers so people can see what they look like.
Just Googling anything so you don't have to listen to me talk about my book.
Austin talking, better do my taxes.
I mean, not usually. Anyway. Shredder is tomorrow. I found the first arc kind of lackluster, so I dropped that. But if anybody happens to
I forgot that's still going.
Let me know if it gets better. Well, I thought it was a miniseries, and then when I found out it was an ongoing, I was like, nah, I'm done with this. I got too much else to get. And it was happening simultaneously with Casey Jones, but that actually was a mini. And I think, and it was confusing because I think they were both 6-issue arcs, but maybe Casey Jones was 5. I can't remember. But then Casey Jones ends with the last issue of its arc, and then Shredder keeps going.
Did it maybe just sell well enough that they just kept it going?
I would honestly
sometimes
be
that
surprised
happens.
if that were the case.
I feel like this happened a lot recently
maybe
too.
It did. But it'd be nice if Shredder would just like leave his book and
pull out a grenade and die.
I was just gonna say it'd be nice if he'd show up in the Turtles book.
He just falls in the garbage truck in case Jones pulls the lever.
Exactly.
Amazing Spider-Man Spider-Versity.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the book where Norman Osborn's like the Professor X of the Spider-Versity.
That is. Superman Father of Tomorrow comes back tomorrow. I did not have a rousing endorsement of that first issue. I thought it was fine. It was about what I expected, but I'm gonna keep going with it. Nectar number 4 from Vault Comics. I don't know what that is. Blood of the
Yeah,
Wolfman is tomorrow, so I'm sure Austin's excited about that. Look at that cover.
I'm
That's
so
gorgeous,
excited.
yeah.
I'm so excited.
That looks
Joshua
great.
Williams.
gonna be great.
Wow.
Yeah, we've talked about that.
He's
We
doing
talked
like
about
a
that.
ton right now.
We have the memories. Of the gold
Everyone
issue.
knows but you, Chris.
Aw.
Yeah, I'm just
I'm
kidding.
gonna go my corner here.
X-Men Outback #1. What are the X-Men just going to Australia? Wait, like,
Well, I mean, they. I wonder. Is it like a flashback? Because that's the old Psylocke design. I wonder if it's like a
Oh,
flashback to
weird.
like the Australia years, like.
oh, is that a thing?
Yep, journey
Yeah.
back to a time when the public yeah, no,
Down,
it
down under.
is a flashback.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was after like, if I've got my timeline.
Honestly,
right.
I'm sad to say that that's about the only way they can sell X-Men books right now is if they go backwards.
Yeah.
Because nobody cares about modern X-Men anymore. Like, it's just not fun.
Trying to
It's
think.
like the only time I'm even remotely curious about an X-Men book is when it's throwback.
It's like a flashback, yeah. And like I'm trying
Or
to.
just in an earlier style,
Yeah.
you know.
I'm trying to remember.
But I did not get that in between for setting up X-Men 97.
Yeah.
They just started that miniseries.
Right.
Because apparently they did one before the first season, and I didn't get that. I didn't know about that because I wasn't buying new comics, and I didn't get that. So I was like, I guess I'm not going to bother with this one.
I mean, there's also X-Men 92, which was coming out during.
I had
Secret.
those.
Yeah. Which that's on.
But I'm just saying this is just a tie into that show.
Yeah.
And I love that show, but I didn't get the first one. So I'm
Right.
like,
The second comment on this Outback book is take this book out back and put it out of its misery.
This is issue 1, too. One guy looks at the solicitation. I was like, I'm not even reading this yet, but I hate it.
as much flack as I give Marvel on a regular basis, that's not fair. And honestly, like, you don't have to go for that low of a blow. Just wait till it's out, because he's probably right. But like, just wait till it's out.
He looked at that first issue. He didn't buy it. He bought a gun instead.
But that's not fair. I mean, like, I like that Psylocke book.
Yeah,
fine.
and like
that might be good.
And like the X-Men, again, like the Australia years were like that mid 80s, like I think after Fall of the Mutants. I'm not sure about timeline's right, but like right before they started. The X-Men will like shift status quos like every year or so, because for a while I think the Xavier Mansion got blown up, and they were in Australia, and then they were doing like weird solo stuff where there wasn't really a team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
let me hit these super chats real quick,
Yeah.
because we've got some stuff to add to the wheel. Thank you guys for the support. Really appreciate it. Bob the Hun, $5 super chat. Welcome back, Frank, for the wheel. I thought I reviewed that at some point.
No, I don't think so.
Have I not?
Yeah.
That is 12 issues though, so I don't know how you want to tackle that.
I will say that like
Okay.
yeah,
But it is a great book.
it's a great book. Yeah.
Yeah, the 12 issue thing gets really complicated, folks, because we've got all these other books we're talking about on this show, and so like I don't see doing 12.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I want to talk about half of a 12 issue maxi series, Austin.
Yeah, because that is just yeah.
I will say too,
No, I
Welcome
agree.
Back, Frank, just speaking for me, is one that like I've read a number of times too. I actually got when Garth Ennis was up here at Planet, I got him to sign it. And I also got to tell him that Preacher was the book that got me through Catholic school, which that's a life goal that I got to accomplish.
No, that is probably like the definitive Punisher book, in that just every time we adapt Punisher, we're always looking at that.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have they shown like the Russian fight?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we all know how super popular that is, but
Yeah.
I just need to figure out if we're actually going to add it to the wheel or not.
Right.
And I think we did that with another thing, and I was like, I'll figure it out later.
Yeah.
But now I'm kind of worried about setting a precedent where suddenly we're having to read 12 issues on top of everything else we're doing, Austin.
Yeah.
No, for sure. No, I completely understand.
Yeah, I do know.
I wish we still had an extra day for comics.
Yeah.
But it just made sense when we integrated this to integrate it. I'm really on the fence about it.
Yeah. I will say we
Yeah, because I like on one hand, like obviously I'd love to do that book,
Yeah.
but you're right, like it's dangerous. It's goddamn dangerous.
Yeah, you sell.
What were you gonna say, Chris?
Oh, I was just gonna say too. We do have the Ultimate Galactus trilogy too, and that's 18 issues.
Oh, I think that was the other one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but when I put that on there, I had no intention of doing all of it.
Yeah.
Like
Oh.
that was a we'll probably start it
Yeah.
kind of thing. But see, I feel better about doing 6 of an 18 issue run than I feel about doing 6 of a 12 issue run.
And that's already broken into like chunks too.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
You know, there's a lot of stuff that I'm sure people would love us to talk about all of, and we just don't have a good place with everything else we're doing to do like series of things right now. You know, and a part of me would love to get back to that, but then you're basically having to clear a whole day in your weekly schedule for one like series.
Yeah.
And then you're isolating anybody that doesn't care about that series. And so my whole career I've gone back and forth on this, where I'm like, you know, there are several series that we've done a lot of, if not all of, and then I'll have long patches of time where I'll go, we're just sampling things, we're not doing that anymore. And then we'll sample things for a long time, and then people will be like, there's this thing we want to see you talk about to completion. And I'm like, I mean, I'd love to do that, but then now we're not sampling things.
Yeah.
And so it's like, well, it's going to be just Daredevil on the channel for the next 15 weeks, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I
So
mean, you can
it's
always,
tough.
if you were to set a rule, you can always accept that just as like a one-time, like the rule wasn't set in place. I don't know. I don't know.
We can.
Although I guess it kind of was in that we did say 6. I don't know.
We did.
It's up to you. It's up to you.
Okay.
You're our fearless leader.
Well, sorry, I don't mean to solve the whole show over this. The whole problem is we've got the precedent where I already put one on here.
Yeah.
And I don't know what we're going to do when that comes up. So for now, I'm going to say we will only promise the first half of it, as weird as it would be to only do that. But we'll figure out how exactly we're going to handle it if it comes up. I don't want to just flat out. I really don't want to just flat out say no, because I also want some major things like this to come up so that we've got some big vault things that people really want us to talk about. One thing I was gonna say is I could see us maybe when something like that comes up taking a week break from all of the other segments.
Yeah.
That would
sure.
Be a way to
Yeah.
handle
No,
it. And just
that could be a good way of doing it.
Occasionally actually do a vault. And maybe on those weeks we would, if something huge came out that people really wanted us to talk about, we could hit that thing. But maybe like we wouldn't do cover, and we wouldn't do all of the other singles, and we wouldn't talk about the books for the next day. We'd just go, okay, Welcome Back Frank came up, so I guess it's going to be 2 hours of that.
Yeah.
You know.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
That's probably the way to handle it. But anyway.
Okay.
Apologies for how long it took to figure that out, but
and that, ladies and gentlemen, is how law is made.
Exactly,
we set a precedent, and now moving forward,
that's hilarious.
We'll reflect back to that, says the court.
I do want to shout out somebody in the comments who referenced Dog Welder, which we know about Section A, of course.
Austin, everybody in the comments is asking you to spoil that Ultimate Comics thing because they say nobody cares. And that's making me even more curious. So why don't you just spoiler warning, but I think that's probably true, nobody cares. Tell us about that, Austin.
I haven't looked into it too much, but I heard that whichever one that is that ends, it ends with, there's a Victor Von Doom, because Dr. Doom's not Victor Von Doom in the Ultimate Universe, but there is one, and then the Ultimate Universe will return.
No.
And die another day.
Yep.
Did they really do that?
They did, yeah.
So why would you do that and the origin boxes?
I don't know.
They have no idea what they're doing. And I bet that wasn't the plan. I bet it was like, this thing's not selling, and everybody's making fun of the origin box thing.
But could it also be people made fun of the fact that they were ending and it's just they had enough time to just quickly slap that in at the end.
No, that's exactly what I'm
Yeah.
suggesting.
Oh,
they-
sorry. I thought you were suggesting the other way around. Like it would just people didn't like the ultimate thing, so they were like, just end it and then throw in that little bone. Okay.
I'm suggesting exactly what you're saying, that when they solicited the big event to end it, is that Ultimate End, that they
End game, yeah.
oh crap, everybody's making fun of this, and like adding the origin boxes to 616 is a weird way to kind of continue that and make Ultimate feel more important to the greater universe. And they go, oh crap, well that's not what anybody really wanted, but we're already committed to that, so we'll just slap on. It'll come back to try to satiate people. They are throwing everything at the wall right now to figure out how to compete with Absolute. Like between that and their like new offshoot horror universe.
Yeah, no, exactly. Which those all start the same day, which I was a little surprised by. I figured you would do it like week to week because I feel like that might limit how much people buy of each of them, but I don't know.
Well, that's not stopping them. They put all this Ultimate stuff out the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
week.
Yeah,
Three
no
of
kidding.
them.
All have different numbers too.
It's really too bad for them that when they initially solicited that, or I should say, when they initially announced ending the Ultimate Universe, that they couldn't have, like after the, I don't even want to say backlash, but just the complete lack of interest. It's really too bad that they couldn't come up with a way to walk it back. Like they probably had too much work already done.
Right.
But I think it would have behooved them to just pay those artists and scrap the whole thing and go ahead and keep the Ultimate Universe going. Given again that they need to compete with Absolute, and like they could pivot and change the direction of Ultimate and some of what that's about and stuff, but I think it would have behooved them to just scrap what they had and continue with that.
Yeah, and even if they wanted to have the same story arc, I mean, they could have gotten to the end game or whatever and just kind of pivoted from there and have, I don't necessarily want to say to a fake out.
But see, two things with that.
Yeah.
You're obviously your messaging gets really weird and confusing if you do that.
Yeah,
because they
that's
did
true.
that before with Ultimate.
Yes.
Where Ultimate Cataclysm wasn't actually the end of even though it looked like it was going to be.
And they promoted it like that too.
Yeah, and it was very it's like they've done that already.
Yeah.
With the old one.
We don't want Ultimatum 2. That's the
Although it's been a long time, I might be getting my wires crossed. Maybe Cataclysm was the end of Ultimate. It was something else. I can't remember. But there was a whole thing with that where it looked like they were ending it, but then they weren't, and then they ended it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it was...
No, I think that's what it was. I think it was that Cataclysm was... Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. This was so long ago.
Yeah,
I was out of Ultimate by that point.
What I'm remembering is... 616 Galactus comes over the Ultimate Universe, and that's Cataclysm.
Right.
And it looks like, and I actually thought this was kind of a fun idea if you have to do like regular multiverse with Ultimate, that our Galactus would be the thing that would end that universe somehow. And then that's not what did it. And what actually did it was just Secret Wars.
Yeah.
And literally the only thing that Secret Wars really impacted was just ending the Ultimate Universe. Because they acted like it was an actual reboot, and it didn't. It affected almost nothing else besides that.
Yeah,
but I'm pretty sure that was the end of Ultimate.
Because they were talking about Secret Wars like it was Marvel's Crisis.
Well, yeah,
it's like how the
even after that they talked about
it.
But then they had changes that they could have explained with Secret Wars that wasn't the reason for it. It was really weird. It was like, because around that same time, they decided to have Matt Murdock get his secret identity back. But they didn't do it for Secret Wars. It was the obvious way to do it. It's like you've redone the universe, and now nobody knows that Matt Murdock... Nope! They came up with some other convoluted nonsense to do it. And I don't even remember what it was.
Superboy Prime Punch.
What was that?
What are we doing? Sorry, what, Austin?
That it was the Superboy Prime Punch.
Exactly,
Matt Murdock
his
identity back.
Well, wasn't that was the Mark Waid run where
But you could retcon anything you wanted to through that.
Exactly.
That's the point of doing that.
I was gonna say, wasn't that the Mark Waid run where the reason that everybody forgot Matt Murdock was Daredevil is because Matt Murdock was like, "No, I'm not." It just kept saying, "No, I'm not" enough.
Yeah, but they still knew that he was.
Yeah.
It didn't actually make anybody forget that.
I have seen that shirt that says, "I'm not Daredevil." I've been tempted. I've been tempted to buy one.
But it's like the CW crisis only exists just so we can have Supergirl come over and not be her own universe.
Yeah.
Secret
Wars kind of has that with Miles.
Dude,
brought Miles over.
That's true, yeah.
It exists for that.
Look,
but Austin, the CW shows were even worse than that because Flashpoint only existed to make changes to like a love triangle and then to turn a baby from one gender to the other gender.
Also get rid of Cisco's brother.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Austin?
No, I mean, that's how that happens. You go back in time and you help your dad, and your child is now a different gender.
There you go. You know, that's...
Dan Schneider, fun fact, Bendis got Ultimate Spider-Man because the guy was originally supposed to write it, couldn't meet the deadline. He got Daredevil the same way. I mean, that's not surprising.
Interesting.
Because that was just as he was becoming a name and getting going at
the one thing I've always heard
you can also suggest a book, Dan Schneider. You didn't, but you can come in after and
I was about to
suggest one.
I was gonna say the one thing about Bendis too is that Bendis apparently has a reputation of always being way ahead of schedule. Like apparently when he was at Marvel, he had like 6 books and they're all like 6 months ahead of schedule too.
Well, that's because he spends a lot of time writing, but not revising.
Yeah,
you know, so
that's true.
He just pumps out a whole lot of words, and he's like, "I'm done."
He's like, "We're good, go."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Actually, somebody just mentioned Ultimate X-Men. I know, like Bryan Singer was supposed to write like an arc of that, but never did.
Oh, I think I've heard of that.
Yeah. Everybody was like, Bryan Singer's coming on. He's gonna do Ultimate X-Men. Great. When? And then
when is he even on set?
No. It's funny because like Bryan Singer apparently is not a comics guy and got like real mad when they had like smuggle comics onto the set.
Yeah, we've talked about this a lot, but he shouldn't get to write comics if he doesn't like comics.
I mean, Bryan Singer probably shouldn't write much of anything. Just say.
But how about I actually read that super chat?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Just $5 super chat. First arc of Ultimate X-Men. It probably doesn't hold up. Mark Millar wrote only having seen the movie and not read the comics. Why you mispicked him? That I did not know if that's the case. But I read a few issues of that. It was not good.
It's not great now.
I don't know if it gets better. The second volume of it was decent when they kind of soft rebooted it.
Well, I know the reason that he got was because the Authority that they're trying to do for like the LB universe. They're trying to think outside the box.
Chubagus Lover, you also can pick a book.
Yes,
we appreciate the super chats, but they're the exact dollar amount that gets you a book on the wheel. So
yes, you can say another one that's not in a super chat.
Exactly.
But I know with Millar, he's talked about like Marvel just had worse publication in the UK, so he grew up more as a DC guy.
Somebody also said too, they talked about Kevin Smith's Batman on Batman podcast, which I really liked too. I mean, he had like a lot of really great interviews. He had Greg Capullo on, he had Scott Snyder, Grant Morrison. The Greg Capullo episodes are really good, and it's funny because like Greg Capullo gets like real like candid with talks about how like him and Scott Snyder, both of them talk about how they kind of hate each other when they first came on the book, and like apparently like him and Larry Hama had like an enemies to friends arc while he was at Marvel.
I didn't know that about him and Hama.
Well, Hama apparently did not mince words with some of his editorial stuff. Like I guess one of the phrases he used was, "You didn't draw a nose, you drew a symbol for a nose." And
How weird.
Like they got, when he was up there, they started cursing each other out, and then like a few months later, they're like a company barbecue, and it's like, "Hey, I called you a jerk. How's it going?" And then just kind of sat down. It's like, yeah, it can be a rough business.
Dan Schneider put in another $5 super chat and picked a book. So you can still pick another book if you want to, Dan Schneider, outside of a super chat. But he asked for something called X-Women, which is a Chris Claremont thing that I have not heard of.
Yeah,
and he says, don't worry, it's not 12 issues, but you will feel more shame reading it.
Oh, good.
Fantastic. Chewbacca's
And you
Lover,
can
sorry
put
that
in
wasn't clear in my
another
super
request.
chat. I meant to pick Ultimate X-Men for the wheel. Oh, good. Thanks for that. No, that'll be interesting, though, because I've never talked about that.
No, and I wanted to read that as a kid when I was really into Ultimate Spider-Man and the Ultimates. I just never got around to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you were just mentioning the book. I didn't realize you wanted us to actually put it on the wheel. But that makes sense, it being a $5 super chat. But yeah, thank you guys for adding to the lottery. And it'll be fun to see what pops up tonight.
It was scary picks.
Scary picks.
And at least one time so far, something has come up that was picked that evening.
Yes, true. Yeah.
So, I mean, it can happen.
Yeah, I think this like tonight's feature had that.
It did.
Now
that you say that. And Austin's so excited to talk about
it.
I am. Yeah.
He can't wait. Okay.
I'm so freaking excited.
So let's get through the rest of what's coming out tomorrow real fast, because we're already coming up on an hour and we've got a lot to do tonight. So what else? Austin, are you still buying Twilight Zone?
No, I fell off one issue and then never got back to it, so I haven't been buying it.
Which is hilarious because it's not like there's an order to them.
That's true, but I was like, oh,
momentum's.
I liked it fine.
Yeah,
that's how I was with it. I dropped it before you did, but Deadly Tales of Gunslinger Spawn. Okay, so we're putting out both Gunslinger Spawns the same week, and I still don't understand how that character can sustain 2 ongoings. Like, Al Simmons himself doesn't have 2 ongoings. Well, I guess he does with Kingspawn, but it seems like every time I crack open an issue of Kingspawn, it's not Al Simmons. It seems like it's that book. I could be wrong about this, but that book sometimes seems to be as much of a team book as Scorched, so I don't really know what's going on with that. Like, it's supposed to be like he's on his throne and he's the king, but it seems like every time I look, I've never read a whole issue, but it seems every time I flip through one, it's not really about Al Simmons.
He's the mascot of his own book.
I'm sorry, I'm still talking about Spawn. Final boss, Narco. That Echoes of the Empire thing is number 3 tomorrow. Gotham Academy. I'm surprised we're still doing Gotham Academy books. The Hub, Ninja Turtles Saturday Morning Adventures is at number 38. That's been going for a good long time now. And I think it is still my guy, Eric Burnham, is still doing that book. 38 issues in. We love Eric Burnham. Yeah. I'm really glad that after they lost the Ghostbusters license, they found something else for him to do there. Because it would have been sad to see him leave the company. He's been with them forever.
Yeah.
The Eye Collector, Chris.
Wow.
Look at this thing. Here's a new image, create your own book from Jonathan Ball. I don't know who that is.
They don't even have photos, too. They're just so new the same.
Yeah, they're probably so new.
Yeah.
In The Eye Collector, an ancient being has its curiosity toward Earth reignited when the humans of the Apollo 10 mission make wishes over the moon. But what is this spectral creature, and what does it want with our world? Seeing is believing. That sounds fascinating.
The cover is pretty cool, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, Austin. I kind of want to try that.
I kind of do, too.
Yeah, it looks like the only thing that writer's listed for is this and the Eye Collector printed by Heavy Metal. So I don't know if
from Heavy Metal. Well, that
explains a lot.
That explains a lot.
Yeah.
because that looks right out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's like a sequel series, like a reboot,
Or like
or
a collected.
if it, yeah, or they're like reprinting it under Image. I'm not sure, but that looks cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll just kind of scan down the rest of this without reading everything. I think I've only got 3 or 4 tomorrow, Austin.
I picked up the
Yeah,
first
I
issue.
wasn't counting, but I've got a couple.
Yeah. I was gonna say I picked up the first issue of Death Fight Forever, which I mean
What is that?
It's basically if somebody made Double Dragon the comic, and it's basically that. It's basically just like a fighting game as a comic, or like a beat 'em up kind of as a comic. There's not a whole lot of time at least like when I read it, there wasn't a whole lot of time for like introspection. It's just like, nope, we're fighting on the streets.
Did you say Death Fight?
Death Fight Forever, I think it was the title.
That's a great title.
Yeah.
I really like
Hopefully
that.
it goes on forever, otherwise it's false advertising.
They're on issue 5, so yeah.
I just feel like you're promising a lot in every issue. Where it's like, not only will there be fighting, but there will be death, like every time.
Yeah.
So if there's not at least death or fighting in each issue, then you didn't get what you were promised.
And here's the thing, I don't
know.
Now,
you could get death without fighting.
Yes,
you could get fighting without death, but you need one or the other.
You one or the other, both, too.
Yeah.
Here's like, it's Death Fight Forever, and I have no idea if it's an ongoing or a mini. It's like Death Fight Forever for 6 issues.
Dan Schneider wants to know if Dark Knight Strikes Again is too long. It probably is.
That's only like 3 issues, but they're all
but it's a hard 3 issues.
Big issues.
Yeah. A, it's not great, and B, it's very wordy. So like that is going to be 50 pages that read like 100.
I was gonna say, if we did that, our eyes would be
I've been thinking about reading it though, because I've never read it, but I've been meaning to recently.
I have a couple times actually, but it's sort of like the first one where I don't remember much about it. I know the Justice League's in it.
Yeah,
I mean I remember that.
Yeah.
But yes, we'll add it to the wheel. Like I said, I think the way we'll handle this when we think something is too long is we'll just act some segments that week. Most of the time, we won't have to do that.
Yeah.
Also, Dan Schneider, you can give us another request without super chatting it. Your first one was $5, and you didn't suggest a book.
You didn't suggest anything, but we really appreciate the support, buddy.
Absolutely,
so
but you can just put it in the regular chat for another suggestion. I got my eyes peeled. I'm looking.
Sorry, Chris, I muted.
It'll be All-Star.
Oh, I was just saying too that we'll need it for the ocular surgery we'll need after trying to get through that art too. Frank Miller just discovered Photoshop. No. Well, that's not how gradients work.
Well, Chris, I think if we have to do that, we should just go make a visit to the eye collector.
That's true, exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, Cosmic Kitty, I'm not going to need these anymore. I've seen enough.
Okay, moving right along, let's talk about stuff that we bought over the last few weeks. I read as much as I could. I didn't get everything read, so I'm gonna do some, just showing off books I bought. But I'll talk briefly about the stuff that I actually looked at. But we'll go to Austin first. And Austin, anything we read together, as always, we can talk about at the same time. And you guys just bear with me. I am still getting over not feeling the best, and 11 o'clock feels like 2 in the morning to me right now. Okay, Austin, what do we have together?
I wasn't sure. I was going to ask if you wanted to start with what we have together, just because I don't offhand know what all we have together.
I'm just going through my stuff and pulling out things I know you probably read. So let me just do that real fast. I did not get to Daredevil 3. I bought it, but I haven't read it yet.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if you read that.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
My shops is sold out Daredevil too.
Well, I'll let you talk about that. Like I said, Absolute Green Arrow, I don't have physically right now, but I did read that, so we can talk about that together. And then I've got Supergirl Survive, Batman 10, and Transformers 33. I think those might be the only ones.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. I'm like, Yeah, because okay, yeah. No, that should be it.
Sweet. Well, why don't you start with Absolute Green Arrow, because you weren't here when I talked about the first issue.
Right.
So I'd love to know what you thought of that just in general.
Yeah. No, I thought it was pretty cool. I like how just kind of in the weeds it is, like politically, where they're like really going in for the kind of left wing Green Arrow thing.
Mhm.
I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Black Canary. I like following her, and especially with this investigation stuff. And I was pretty shocked by where they went in issue 2, because it seemed like they were building to one thing, and then it was like, nope, not that at all. And it also, I think, makes it seem like it's probably not what I want it to be, which is Wraith, Oliver Queen. But it also could still be. But I don't know. But I do hope that's what it is. It probably isn't.
It probably isn't. What's interesting is there's a quick dream sequence in the second issue where the Green Arrow killer uh, takes his face off like it's a mask, which kind of suggests that maybe it's not a mask, because that doesn't happen in the real world. So, like, in the real world, it could be anything. But the points against the possibility that it's anything supernatural are that the way he's talking, it's like he knows all these people or knows some of them. Although there is this whole thing in the second issue about him kind of missing beats, which is really interesting. Like he doesn't understand who Connor Hawk is. I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, and that's where I like, because that obviously is a big, oh, well, obviously Oliver Queen would know who his own son is, but there is still a potential that if he did come back, he might not fully be there. So, like, you could still have that reveal, and he's just not a complete person like he was before.
Yeah, is
But it
it
probably isn't
possible
that.
that he's some kind of supernatural uh creature or undead thing or something, and isn't Oliver Queen, but like is still a
Yeah, it's
supernatural
possible.
I don't know.
He's no, and with issue 2, they're kind of playing him a bit like Anarchy as well, with the whole thing where people are
Yeah,
putting
it's
his
true.
symbol on places, and I think that's a neat idea.
Well, I don't think the Green Arrow killer himself is doing those symbols. Maybe he does some and
No,
undo to others.
they full out say that they're not,
Yeah,
or that he's not. They say like people are putting it as like Green Arrow, go attack
they're
this
they're
person
trying to give
next.
him
Like this could be your
suggestions of
next
who to
target.
kill next because he's
Yeah,
real screwed up. Because
yeah,
there's a lot of social commentary about people like applauding and celebrating, like political killings, which is
yeah. And I
obviously
like
real
the
relevant right now.
I like, especially in that boxing scene in this issue, that we do stop and go, okay, but here's the other side, and here's why extremes on either side are crazy. And I really appreciated that, especially uh, in that boxing match. You have that bit with Black Canary where she's like, okay, but like, what are you actually doing? Like, you have all these thoughts about, the system and whatnot and how it's messed up, but what, you're like just putting out tweets about it? Like, what are you actually doing? And I thought that was cool. I really liked that moment.
It's extremely political for how not heavy-handed and preachy it feels, which is really
Yeah,
impressive. Like it feels like it's coming like it feels like the specific politics are coming from the characters and not necessarily the writer. And like the writer might uh, sympathize with the specific left wing politics, but I couldn't. I honestly couldn't tell you for sure. It really feels like it just comes from those characters, and sometimes, like you said, Austin, with the extremes, it reads like even the real, Oliver Queen liberal stuff uh is supposed to be kind of like misguided and not thought out. Like
yeah.
it doesn't feel like it's telling me these people have all the uh all the answers. So like
No, and I like that. I think that's really cool.
yeah,
And
I'm
just the
I'm
places
super
it's
impressed
willing to
with it for
go.
that.
Yeah, and just like the places it's willing to go, I'm like, oh man, This is great.
Because I got 6 pages into the first issue and I got really nervous, and then I realized how thoughtful it was about it, and I was like,
Yeah, no, for sure.
if people think I hate things going to politics, no, I just don't want them to tell me what to think.
You just don't want it to be handled poorly.
Yeah,
I think there's an issue, especially in comics, like with discourse around it, where you will so often hear the "don't make my comics political" thing, and it's like no one's actually saying that, though. Even the people who are actually saying that don't
they
actually
just don't know
mean
how
that.
to
They're just wording it exactly.
They
They
just
just don't know how to communicate what they actually feel. Yeah,
What they want is they
exactly.
don't want it to be just about the politics. I know I've said this before. They just don't want it to be propaganda over storytelling. Whatever the politics are, even if you agree with it. Like, even if I agree with your propaganda, that's not what I want when I'm spending $5 on a comic book. I can agree with
I
you
want
100%.
Rafe Oliver Queen killing people.
Exactly. I'm wondering if, going back to the question of, is it a wraith or not, Austin, I think whatever he is likely to be connected to the weirdness with the body they find with the eyeballs.
Yes, I agree.
Got a theme here with eyeballs in this episode.
But yeah,
that's true.
Maybe there's some kind of genetic engineering thing happening, even with the Green Arrow killer. I don't know.
That might be connected to something with Green Lantern, because obviously, like, Hector Hammond's a big part of it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a great point.
It's hard to say.
I enjoyed, and I don't always have this. Sometimes a book can lose me with this, but I think the mystery is so interesting and crazy. And it reads like it knows what it's doing, if that makes any sense. That I'm actually not minding that I have so many more questions with the second issue than I do answers. I have no idea what the hell's going on, and I'm actually really enjoying that about it.
No, and I think for this kind of thing, like by issue 2, you really want that. You want it to be like, you want it to pull the rug and be like, oh, you thought this is where it could be going? Well, no, it's not. And that's really cool.
I also like that everybody who's working for Hector Hammond is like judging each other for working for him, and like they're all kind of caught in a vice and kind of stuck. They don't really have a better option. And I mean, you can say you always have a choice, but like the consequences are pretty massive if they don't do that. But then they're all going, well, I can't trust you because you're working for this horrible person. But then the same person saying that is working for this horrible person
too.
Yeah, really exactly.
I think
it's the absolute world, man. Everybody sucks. You gotta work for someone.
Black Canary is pretty sympathetic in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think so too. Especially, they don't touch on it in this issue, but you have the whole thing with her dad, obviously, in issue 1, which is why she's working with him.
But also, given how politically charged it is, it's just cool that it's as entertaining as it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Which is why I need him to be a wraith. I need him to just be Scorpion from Mortal Kombat.
Well, I was gonna say
that's awesome.
And like I'm in 100% agreement. I really don't want him to just have a mask that comes off, but the fact that they did it in a dream makes me think that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
But the other...
Yeah, and I think he will just be a person, which is fine. Like, I'm not gonna complain when that happens, but like I do want to see him just be Scorpion.
They're teasing that there's something demonic, so you know that they're gonna go the opposite direction too.
Well, that's the thing though, is that they're kind of teasing that it probably is just a normal person, which makes me wonder.
And it won't be Roy Harper. We keep throwing that out. It won't be Roy Harper.
But what I was going to say is the other point against, like I'm seeing points like for and against the wraith notion, Austin. But the other point against it is if he was an undead supernatural creature, especially being in the Absolute universe, he wouldn't have normal text boxes. That's been bothering me since the very beginning. Is that like he doesn't have like a black circle around his text boxes? He doesn't have his own font or anything. It's just normal. It's just normal speech bubbles.
When he pulls his mask off and he's a skeleton face, then he'll have
and they'll be red. They'll be jagged.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Nobody can read my dialogue when I have before I put the mask on.
I hope sorry, we'll move on. But I hope that every issue has a badass full page uh, uh just posing shot of him, because so far
Oh my god, that
both issues have
page
done
is
it, and it's always
amazing.
the reason to buy the book.
Yeah.
It's awesome, and I hope they do it every issue. Sorry, Austin, what were you saying?
No, I said that page in this issue is amazing.
And it was amazing in the
It's
first
so
issue.
good. Yeah, no, it's so good. No, as much as it probably sucked for the artist to with this to have like whatever come up and he couldn't do Superman, I'm so glad that he's doing this.
Yeah, I mean, this is
It's such a good fit.
Yeah.
I think visually it's my favorite of them right now.
Oh,
Just 'cause maybe it's just it's
Hayden
probably
Sherman might
recency
be one of my
bias,
favorite.
honestly.
Yeah, Hayden Sherman might be one of my favorite artists in comics right now. So I don't know if I can go that far, but like, it's really good.
Yeah, it's just like I've gotten to live with Absolute Wonder Woman for so long now. They're like, this is new.
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, of course. Like, I will probably try that new Legion book just because it's Sherman and Williamson,
Oh,
and I don't know
sure.
anything about Legion, but I'll try it because of that. I like
mean,
that
I
creative
won't.
team.
My eyes just glaze over, man.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, Austin, tell us a little bit about the new Elseworlds title, Supergirl Survive.
Yes, Supergirl is surviving. No, Krypton's going to be destroyed, of course. And
although I gotta tell you, I got 10-15 pages into this and I forgot what the title was, and I was like, why am I just reading this teen romance comic about Kara Zor-El? And then when we finally start to lose Krypton, and I'm like, oh, that's right, she has to survive.
She does.
yeah, no, this is a sci-fi book about Kara being stuck with a baby Kal-El in space, and she's got to survive. But obviously, this issue is kind of setting that in place. But that is the initial Elseworld. Like, this is what the pitch is. But this issue, of course, is the destruction of Krypton, and then why the two of them specifically have to be launched off together in the ship, and then they land on a bad place, and they got to survive now.
Is that Zor-El on the cover too? The guy with the beard, the guy who looks like
No,
OG
that's Zod.
That's Zod, who they make look like
Yeah.
Adama from the original Battlestar Galactica, like Lorne Green.
Yeah,
Well, you might be with like Ra's al Ghul.
Yeah.
Yeah, or even the comic version of the original the Star Wars.
Oh,
the,
yeah.
like Luke Starkiller. Like he kind of looks like that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I just noticed too. Dan Schneider just put in his other book, and it's Electra Assassin.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, that's
okay.
awesome.
That's good.
I've never
yeah.
read that. I've always wanted to.
Mhm.
Yeah, same here. Same here.
Mm.
That'll be really cool.
Oh, we've got so much stuff on the screen now.
Oh,
Guys, I can't promise your book will come up,
yeah.
but I hope it does. I really hope this one
Yeah.
does. Also, it was nice of Dan Schneider to not give us 3 troll picks.
Thank you. Thank you.
But he was thinking of one, and then he asked me to suggest a funny
He-
bad book, and I was like, I don't know, offhand, I can't think of one.
Here's the thing.
Troll yourself,
There's-
Austin. Do it.
He name dropped 2. One of them was Asmar. One of them All-Star Batman, which, like, look,
I
that's a book
I
I've
love
read. Play.
All-Star too much.
And then, yeah.
It's
And
too
I've got a
good.
review of it. So.
And then there's another one, too, which is a certain electric hedgehog Pokemon that we're not going to discuss.
Bob the Hun, $5 super chat. I'm putting Absolute Superman on the wheel. You did a non-spoiler review, but not a vault. If it gets picked, you would be able to get into specifics. No, I'm fine with that.
Mm.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be an excuse for me to read it too, because Superman's the one that I've probably actually read the least of.
There's a lot of people
Yeah.
that have asked for full vaults on those, Austin, when we've only been doing
Yeah.
like the singles, and when we were doing the features a little more non-spoilery on this show before we put them together. But I will also say we would have the license to decide where in the run to do it. So like we might start at the beginning, or we might pick a later volume.
Yeah.
Because there's stuff in the middle I've not read yet. So if that came up on the wheel, I would be real enticed to go past the first arc and do the next one and get into the to the Smallville and the Ra's al Ghul stuff that I've not read yet.
Yeah. And also,
Yeah,
too,
for
it'd
sure.
be an excuse for
There was
me
also
to-
another one before that too. I don't think you read that one.
Oh, give me a second.
Yeah, no worries.
I was gonna say too. It'd be
I
an
just figured
excuse
while
for
we were
me-
talking
Thank
about.
you guys for making me do all this work tonight because support is good. I appreciate you guys. Bob the Hun. No, I really meant that when I said thanks for making me do work. 559. No, I wrote it down, but I didn't read it. I always do this where like I got it written down, and so I thought everyone knew it because it was in my head. 559.
No, and I could tell you wrote it down, and I was trying to think. I'm like, did he read that? I don't think so.
He
So
asked
much
for the Anarchy miniseries by Alan Grant, which I own some, if not all of, but I don't think I've ever read it.
I mean, Alan
I
Grant's
love
amazing.
Anarchy.
Alan Grant is
Uh,
very consistent.
yeah.
He's Nixon consistent.
Yes.
But yeah, Supergirl Survive. I thought was pretty good.
I did too. I wasn't over the moon about it or anything. There was a part
Yeah.
of me that almost wished, and this isn't fair because I'm sure some of the Krypton setup stuff will matter later on. I would be, especially given the cover, I'd be surprised if we don't do some things with Zod and Zor-El and stuff later
Definitely.
on. But I was a lot more won over on it once we got into space, which is only the last few pages. But once it gets into the actual survive part, I was starting to grab onto it a lot more. I was distracted by the look and the feel and just how modern their Krypton was. I just don't fundamentally like this take on Krypton. But that's whatever, because then it's not really about that afterwards. But we spent enough time with it that I was just distracted by how not futuristic it feels. Like it's kind of retro futury, which I guess is kind of fun, but it also doesn't feel futuristic enough. And everybody speaks too informally for a Krypton where people still for the most part don't procreate naturally. Like it's weird that we have kind of the John Byrne Krypton, but then everybody just seems like the social dynamics are too modern and American for a world that's that isolated, supposedly. Like none of that gelled for me.
What I liked about their Krypton is obviously, there's the Byrne connection, but it also reminded me of For the Man Who Is Everything, with like the kind of social disorder of Krypton, some of that stuff. But at the same time, I also agree.
Yeah.
I also agree with you in that I was way more caught up with it once we got to launch the kids off, and I actually really liked how they handled that, and specifically why it's just the two of them, where it's like they only have the ship with two spots. So obviously you shoot the kids off, and they're like,
I like that too.
but we're gonna work on our ship so that we can then meet you, and then the planet like blows up as it's launched. But I really like that as their reasoning for why it's only them.
Yeah, and I kind of wondered why we haven't really done that before, or maybe we have, but like the idea that the two kids, because they're of the same family, so I mean like that's not too hard to contrive. The idea that the two kids would be in a pod, like I realize that in this they're in a pod together and then they don't make it to Earth, and that's the Elseworlds part of it, right? Is that spoiler, like minor spoilers, but they end up not even getting past Krypton's moon. Like they just hit the moon and they're stuck there as Krypton explodes. And then I have an idea about what the unrevealed character might be at the end, if it is somebody that we know. But anyway, that's the Elseworlds part of it. But it would be really easy to do a version of Superman that gets us to a normal status quo, Austin, where you have a pod that's got two spots that for some reason in space breaks off. Like the two of them disconnect, and then they both wind up
Yeah.
on Earth at different times.
Yeah, no, absolutely, you could do that. No, and I really liked getting that stuff from Kara's perspective, where it's very rushed and like scattershot, but obviously that's the point, where it's you're in this character's head, so she's like, I don't understand what's happening. Like, what are we doing? Why are you throwing me into the ship? Like, somebody stop and explain this. I really liked how all that was handled.
And I liked her characterization. Like it's a good version of her. I like this a decent amount more than Last Father of Krypton. It's really weird that these are launching at almost exactly the same time. Like, we very rarely do two Elseworlds miniseries at the same time, and it's odd that we're not only doing two of them at once, but they're both alternate Superman origins.
Yeah.
And it's like, we're gonna run out of ideas with our alternate what happens to the pod stories, because
like right now.
Years ago we did Last Family of Krypton, where the whole family makes it to Earth in a spaceship. And then just a couple weeks ago we started the one where only Zod makes it. And it's so weird that Father's in the title because he lost his kid. And then with this, it's Supergirl and Kal-El and nobody else. Like, we're running out. When do we get Last Mother of Krypton?
Exactly.
Like,
yeah.
when does Lara hit the planet and it's only her?
Well, then we're gonna have to start having like wonky duos where it can be like Lara and Kara together at last. They're the ones that get off on the ship, or Crypto and Zod. Yeah, exactly. Feora and Ursa.
The Bottle City of Kandor, for some reason, we can contrive a reason to get the city,
the last city, in
the spaceship,
yeah.
And only the city, and the spaceship arrives on the planet, and then the Kents find the Bottle City of Kandor, and then they raise a Bottle City.
Brainiac Shrinks is like, nah, I don't want it anymore. You're good.
And then you can do one where it's Kara and the Bottle City of Kandor.
Exactly.
And she just has to walk around with it.
You know,
the whole Phantom Zone's inside it.
Like, that sounded stupider in my head than it did as I was talking about it. And now I'm like, no, somebody should write that.
It probably could work,
The kids find the city.
The whole city.
I love that.
We couldn't have a city of our own. We've always wanted one. Found one in the spaceship.
We've lived out on this farm this whole time. We never wanted to go to a city. We just wanted one.
We just wanted one. We got a perfectly good city in our backyard.
Austin, real quick before we move on, I want to mention my big complaint with this, because I forgot to talk about this, which is
the language thing.
The Kryptonian buildings have English text on them.
Yeah, English, it just happened coincidentally, just happens to sound look exactly like
And yes, you can say, well, obviously it's supposed to be like just for the reader.
Yeah.
We rarely ever do that with buildings, though. Like that's with like written text on things. Usually it would be the alien language, and then you have an asterisk that it would tell you what it is.
Yeah.
Obviously, in speech balloons a lot, we'll do brackets and we'll be like translated from whatever.
Yeah.
You don't do that as much with signs.
No,
It is weird to see English signs with an alien thing, especially because I want to see Kryptonian language.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm reading Krypton, I want Kryptonian symbols.
And you see it too in a lot of books where they'll have like
I tattooed them on my arms, okay?
Yeah.
I love the Kryptonian language. And if we're doing Krypton, I want to see it.
Yeah. And I know with like the X-Men with a lot of the Krakoa stuff too, you have the mutant language. And you could actually go and translate it too. You could actually find what it says and have that little bit of interactivity too.
That's very minor. It's not like it kills the whole thing. And we blew up the planet, so it's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Planet's destroyed. Austin, talk about... Oh, and also I just want to mention the art in that's pretty cool. I like the way it's colored, especially.
Yeah. No, it looks really good.
Transformers 33 is a little bit of an aftermath issue. We've had so much action lately, and we're finally kind of slowing down and getting real introspective, which I really appreciate. And this gets a decent amount of like plotty stuff done, or kind of setting us up for new moving status quo. This is my favorite issue in a while. I like this one
I
a
was
lot.
so pumped after reading this issue because 100% it's like little nuggets. And then here's what these people are doing, here's what these people are doing, here's what these people are doing, and I was very excited by all of what's going down. It was really cool.
And that last panel,
yeah,
dude. Like how worth it is it to read just a bunch of conversations and then you get that last full page spread?
And it looks amazing. Yeah, it was really cool.
It's a big character return. I'll just say that it was very exciting.
Wheeljack is setting up his lab, and he's got books on paleontology, and then finds some sort of energy source. I'm like, yep, I'm getting closer to my Dinobots in this book.
Yep, Grimlock's coming.
It seems like every
like
issues you're like, here comes Dinobots.
He's peppering it in, and I'm like, come on, Kirkman, just give it to me. Inject in my veins.
Also in this issue, pretty much just come right out and said, we're finally going to do Bumblebee pretty soon.
Yeah, no, I had the same thing, 100%. Which I mean, like that's fine. I have no issue with that. I've been waiting because
they waited
Hot
3
Rod...
years. Like I think we can give it to him at this point.
Exactly. Hot Rod was in Void Rivals, and he left like 2 arcs ago to get back to Cybertron. So this whole time, I'm like, okay, when's he gonna get there? And he finally made it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How much of a time dilation is there between Earth and Cybertron?
Ooh.
Because somebody in this, a leader or someone says that since the Autobots have gotten to Earth, millions of years have passed on Cybertron. Yeah. And I was not aware of that, Earth, if that is the case.
Yeah, so it follows the G1 origin where they've been on Earth 4 million years. Like humans aren't even a thing when they crash.
Now, is the idea that they were there that long and then they were finally revived? So, like, maybe there's not a time dilation?
Exactly.
Because the reason I'm asking is because we keep going back and forth between Earth and Cybertron, but it doesn't feel like a bunch of time has passed in one place over the other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't seem to. It seems like just pretty kind of cartoon logic where it's the same on both. But yeah, they were on Earth for 4 million years.
They're not traveling by spacecraft, so you wouldn't have time dilation because of the phenomenon of space travel. Because they're going by Skybridge, right?
Well, they specifically flew in a ship, but like the other ones that have come have all been like a space bridge.
Mean now the way they've been doing it.
Yeah. No, that's all been like a teleporting thing.
Okay. I just want to ask you about that because I was wondering. If
of course.
With it.
Yeah.
The most interesting thing that's sticking with me with this issue, Austin, is Optimus's kind of identity crisis.
Yeah, and it rectified one of the little things I had when we got rid of the Prime thing, which is so some things will do Orion Pax, he'll just be Optimus. And I thought we were like objectively saying he's just Optimus in this continuity, and I was like, I don't love that. I do prefer when he's Orion Pax.
They finally name dropped it.
They name dropped it, and not only that, but they make it clear that it is 3 different people. He is Orion Pax, Optimus Prime, loses Prime, and now he's just Optimus, and he's not Orion Pax. And I think that's interesting from an identity perspective.
It really is. Yeah, this is like a midpoint thing and he talks about it like Optimus Prime is kind of a different character. And his goals and his motivations are the same, but he says like I remember most of what happened when I was Prime. Like being Prime changed me, and that's why he's not just Orion Pax now. But he's not the same thing.
Spike talks about it like he's lost the wisdom of Solomon, like the Shazam thing, which I find interesting too.
That's a really great way to put it. Yeah. And I like that it's not just a physical thing. It's not just I'm not as strong as I was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like there's just a piece of him that's gone.
And it's funny you say wisdom of Solomon because he uses that word. He says, I'm not as wise as I was.
Yeah. Optimus specifically says it, and then I think Spike in his narration, because we do the G1 cartoon, him writing in his journal narration in this issue, which I thought was fun. And he talks about it the same way, where he's like, there's just a piece of his brain, if you will, soul, that's gone, and like he's not as like wise.
Well, it's interesting that both RC and Alita have kind of leveled up as he's lost his prime.
Exactly. No, and I'm enjoying all that stuff. I know some people have complained about the RC, or not RC, the Alita 1 thing.
Yeah.
Not so much the RC. I haven't seen any pushback on that. But
And
so far, I think it's
complaining
really
that it happened
interesting.
with both of them. If they thought that there was some kind of a gender angle with it, where it's like, oh, we gotta elevate the women over the men. It's interesting. I haven't seen anybody like make that case, and I'm not making that case. Like it doesn't
No,
really read
it's
that way to me, especially because the gender thing with Transformers is already weird.
yeah.
Like it's completely arbitrary. There's just female ones so girls will have a figure to buy. Like I don't even really think of them as especially gender. I mean, they are gendered because there is a femininity to the female transform. They are definitely written differently because they're supposed to be women, but like that angle doesn't jump out to me the way it does in other things. So I guess I'm just saying it doesn't feel agenda driven to me, even though they both had it at the same time. And I can see
No,
why
I
it might
stand
for
by.
someone, but it's interesting that that's not the complaint I'm hearing. I'm just hearing, and I've heard the same thing that you have, that people are just not happy that we did that with Alita and that we took Prime away from Optimus.
No, and I stand by. He's just moving it from G1 to the animated idea, where it's Optimus is kind of like a ragtag group, or he's got like his little ragtag group, and he's like somewhat like a failure, and he's got to like rise up to being that great again. And he's not the leader of the Autobots. And like it really does feel like he loves that show.
He just likes that show.
It's like he really loves that show. This is the first time we've ever seen his vehicle mode since he lost it, and they also redesigned the truck to be like that cartoon. So I'm like, yeah, 100%. He just loves animated.
I
really dug it.
I also am very won over on this new artist.
Yeah. No, it looks great.
It is.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure even who it was going to be.
Is real consistent with what Johnson was doing. Like it's not the exact same thing, but it's much more in line with that than Mora's style, of course. And it was fun to see Mora on this book, but like he almost stands out too much. Like
I was gonna say he almost feels like a midpoint.
You think so?
Where like I don't feel like it's I don't think it's as scratchy as Johnson was. But it's not as like pristine as like a Dan Mora. Like it does feel like it's somewhere in the middle.
It's not splashy the way Mora is. It's
yeah,
definitely a little more on the pencil-y side. But you're right, it doesn't have the same grit.
Yeah, exactly.
Until that last page, and I think it kind of does. But
that's the only way to draw that.
Austin, would you remind me what even happens in Batman 10? It's been a couple days.
Batman 10 is actually 2 issues. You have your first half that is just kind of setting the like resetting pieces, kind of like that earlier Minotaur issue where like there's not really much to say. It's just kind of putting things in place moving forward. And then the back half I think is fantastic, which is the whole Batman's going to remind the city that he's still here after they had the big loss last issue.
Yeah.
And we have the whole thing where he's going out, and it's very Dark Knight Returns, the montage of him taking out criminals. And we have Barbara's message to everybody about how she's gonna, take the fall for them. And then we do like this big, like, I'm still here symbol, and it was so cool. But yeah.
I have like nothing to add. It's I agree with you that I wasn't sure what to even do with the first half, and then it got more interesting in the back half. But I don't know. I wish I was more invested in this book. I'm still in this place where it's good enough to buy, but I'm never excited about it.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, I was just kind of like, okay, this is going to be one of the weaker issues, and then it really won me over in the back half.
Yeah.
So I was happy about that.
I'm liking what they're doing with Barbara OK, which is funny because
Yeah.
I didn't think I would. I'm
Oh,
still
and did you
confused.
read the second issue? I know you read the first issue of her book.
Has the second issue come out?
Yeah. I don't know if it was
Yeah.
last week or the week before. I'm not entirely sure.
You know what? I think I forgot to put it on my pull list, and maybe they didn't
Oh,
have
okay.
issues at or copies at my shop, so I'm gonna have to go backwards and try to get.
I guess
that.
2 would be out because one's on the app now, and
Well, like I said, it
DC
might
yeah.
just be a case where it's in your poll now, and
Yeah.
I'm just wrong
No,
about when it came
it's
out.
definitely not because
Okay.
I bought stuff 2 weeks ago and it wasn't solicited for last week, so I just missed it.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wondered.
Yeah,
Yeah, because the Barbara Gordon book.
that's a bummer because I need to get that.
And it's good.
Yeah, it's on issue 1's on the app now, and the way like DC, at least if you have their Ultra or whatever, it's they're usually pretty quick about getting stuff up. As if one issue is on the app, the next one's already in stores too. So,
Well, I mean, there's no dispute about whether it came out. Austin obviously read it,
but did he?
so like it's out.
Or was it
Sure
group
exists.
hypnosis?
Austin, what else do you want to talk about?
So that's all of our group books.
I think that's our group books. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll just quickly throw. I thought that Barbara book was still pretty good. I will like quickly. I can like run down stuff really fast.
Oh, sorry. Before we move on, can I just go back real quick and say
yes?
Because I don't think anybody's gonna mind if I suggest this because it's not really a spoiler because this is just a prediction on my part. Is the thing on the moon in Supergirl Survives a Doomsday?
Oh, it could be.
I think
it's definitely some sort of creature thing.
I think it might be
I hadn't had that thought, but it could be.
That was just
oh, she is so screwed. She's got to fight Doomsday with a baby.
There we go.
A
Issue 2.
Pistol. She's dead.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if it is a Doomsday, I'm not sure why you wouldn't use that as the hook to get us to read the next issue.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it won't be an enemy thing. Maybe like it's just making us think that, and it'll be somebody that helps her get to the next location.
That makes a lot more sense with the way it cliffhangs because it's really unusual to keep something a secret like that on the last page. Comics love to go, here's a big character reveal to make you buy the next issue, which sometimes irritates me and sometimes makes me very excited.
Yeah.
And it's very case by case.
Yeah, well, that's what that Barbara Gordon book does, where issue 1 ends with cliffhanger, somebody's attacking, and then issue 2 kind of does something different with it, potentially.
But I will say, if they just
shenanigans happen,
if they just revealed a Doomsday on the moon on that last page, I would have been stoked about that. Like they could have just shown
that. Just be its own Elseworld Doomsday on the moon.
That'd be pretty cool.
Know what? I would read that too.
Anyway, sorry, I just wanted to ask you about that because that was the first thought I had when I saw that arm. I was like, is it a Doomsday?
We're Doomsday.
I wasn't thinking about it as like a thing that we would know. So that'd be crazy.
That's literally the only thing we would know that it might be, though. So it probably isn't a thing we know, but
it'll be the Phantom Zone glass. We'll just be like, help!
Forgive me.
That would be
we're gonna get you and your baby.
If the last panel reveal was just the hula hoops on the moon,
that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
We're trapped in this. What do we do? Anyway, what else do you want to talk about?
Don't worry, baby Cal. I'll protect you from the glass. Okay, like I said, I can run these down super fast. Like, Escape number 7 was really good. There was a moment where I thought it was going to be more of an anthology thing moving forward, where we switched to different characters, and that's not what they did. But I was like, oh, this character might die. This is crazy. And it does a great job of making me feel for its antagonist in it. Just continues to be one of my favorite books. I tried a book called Odin. So I read Odin #1, and the first half of it, I was like, I don't know about this. I'm not sure. And then it like really wins me over in the back half.
Oh, cool.
So I will probably continue reading that. Absolute Flash 15 and 16 I read, and 15's more just kind of continuing the mystery stuff, and then 16 is starting a new Grodd arc, and all of that seems to be really cool so far. Again, I really love Wally and his love interest Linda. It reminds me of Ultimate Spider-Man, like the Bendis stuff with MJ and Peter. All that's really cool. I read Lobo #3. I didn't get to 4, but I read 3. And that's a fun backstory issue where we see Kid Lobo just being a terror, and he steals a lantern ring and
that's fun.
goes nuts. Yeah.
That
It's
Lobo
like
looks
a
fun.
lantern whose thing is like kindness. He's like the only one of them, and he's like, "Oh, just be kind, Lobo." And then Lobo's like, "Haha, while you weren't looking, I took your stupid ring." And the book's also fun.
DC's initiative of new books right now, because a lot of that I'm not reading, but every time you and other people talk about them, they just sound really imaginative. Like, it just seems like they're on a quality level right now with their new stuff. That we haven't seen in a while. Like pretty consistent. Like between that and
Firestorm was popped into mind too. I mean, the fact, they're doing such like a really like
I really want to read
Hulk
that
level Firestorm book
eventually.
too.
Yeah, Firestorm #3 I read.
Oh, that's the one you have to get.
Exactly. Yeah, there you go.
Exactly. Yeah, you got to
here's the
get
thing.
that issue.
I've read 1, so I mean, I've already beat
He's off
myself.
brand.
I threw myself off too. I'm off my game.
I know Firestorm #3 makes a case for why Firestorm is the scariest character in the DC universe and most powerful character.
Yeah.
And it's horrific and horrifying. Deathstroke, the Terminator #3. That's basically just like a action issue where he fights. I can't remember who the first guy is, but it's someone in Deadshot, and it's continuing to just be a fun action book, basically just like an action movie. Flash #33 ends that first arc of the whole somebody's paying people with like social media videos to try to kill themselves so that Flash will save them. And he like puts a nuke in the city, and there's like a whole thing where the Flash has to go around the city trying to find the nuke, and all of that's pretty fun. He gets to a point where he's like, I can't find it. I've got to just I got to do the one thing I said I would never do, and like enter people's personal space without asking. And there's like this bit where he walks into a bedroom and there's a couple having sex, and he's just like searching around the room, and he's like, sorry, I'm not a pervert. I'm just looking for a nuke.
That's great.
And it's really good.
Tell
I really
us
love
where
that
the
book.
nuclear vessels are.
Exactly.
Sorry,
And when he catches the bad guy, he's like, I'm going to arrest you. And they're like, you can't prove anything. And he's like, I mean, yeah, I proved, like, I was able to find evidence to come and find you. Clearly I have evidence.
Yeah.
And you put a nuke in the city. Zatanna #2 is pretty cool. We do like a whole music thing with that, with the monster from the first issue. And the art in that book is just really beautiful. Red Roots #2 is a completely different book than what I thought it was in issue 1. But in a kind of cool way, where I don't know exactly what's happening in the first issue, but I really enjoy it. And then it turns into like a Planet Hulk thing in issue 2, and it was really fun. Phantom of the Opera #4 was a great ending to that miniseries, and those continue to just be some of the best stuff Skybound puts out. I love it. I can't wait for Wolfman. Iron Man #6 is a fun Spider-Man team up. It's like one of the few times where I feel like Spider-Man's actually written like Spider-Man. There's a couple of parts where it's maybe too jokey, but for the most part, I'm like, oh, this is just feels like Spider-Man.
I'll probably come back and
And
read that at some point. I did drop that book, but not because it wasn't
yeah,
good. I
Yeah.
just had enough
no,
going
for
on,
sure.
and I
Yeah.
don't have to be buying an Iron Man book, but like I like that book. I
Yeah.
didn't
Yeah,
feel great about dropping it. I would like to keep reading that.
I mean that's completely fair. We talked about Supergirl. The Dead Man #1 was interesting. That's by the people that made Kryptonite Spectrum and Ice Cream Man.
I thought about buying
And
that. I missed it. Did that come out just last week?
no, I want to say it was the week before, but
Okay,
I could
I
be
just
wrong.
didn't see it on the shelf then.
There's an Ice
Yeah.
Cream Man sequel, isn't there? That just came out.
Oh, I thought that was just an ongoing that was still going,
Oh yeah.
but maybe I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know there's.
What was that book like though?
So the first half reminds me of like a Doctor Sleep, where it's he's in like this old age home, and he's going around and he like help like people are dying and he like sends them off on their way, and then we find out that there's some sort of like demonic mystery thing happening that he's got to deal with, and yeah, now he's got to take care of that, and there's some sort of weird vampire villain guy, and he's very creepy.
Mm.
There's a really sweet moment where I guess it's not an old age home. I guess it's just a hospital, but most of them are old. Now that I think about it, because he goes into one and it's a 17-year-old, I think, and like her soul starts to come out, and she's like, "Oh man, I'm dead. Like I wanted to go to prom," and he's like, sometimes your body makes a mistake and you think you died. Get back in there. You're going to prom." And I was like, "Oh, that's kind of a sweet moment."
That is, yeah.
Yeah. I read Transformers the movie #1, which is funny because it's that movie done in 3 issues, and it's just super rushed and kind of hilarious in how
Well,
it does
important to note,
that.
those are facsimiles. Those are reprints.
Yeah, exactly. That's a facsimile. But I got it in my new stuff, so I thought I'd mention it quickly.
Oh, sure. I just wanted people to know that there's not like a new.
Yeah, no, you're right.
That's
Yeah.
40 years later. It's like really super, super rushed.
It's the anniversary. They could have done
Yeah.
that.
We need to get this comic out right now.
Now they are reprinting them with new covers, I think. So
Yes.
So it's not. I shouldn't have said facsimile. In that case, it's not. It's reprints with new covers. A facsimile.
Yeah, and they are
tries to
doing
make
the
it look
original
like the
cover as a
original.
variant,
Oh,
but they
okay,
are
cool.
doing new covers.
Yeah, and they're pretty.
You can at least get that.
I
Yeah.
almost bought that, and that was just a week that I had hit my limit.
No, for sure. No, that first issue covers the beginning of the movie all the way to the forming of Galvatron, all in 20 pages. And it's just,
Good
yeah,
Lord.
it
Galvatron!
covers so much.
Yep.
It's literally like, oh my god, the Decepticons have attacked. Call Optimus. Oh, Optimus is here. Oh, he's dead.
Flash from that book.
Yeah, that's great. G.I. Joe #22 and 23 are fun. It's this arc is like a ghost story thing where we're kind of doing like a fear toxin thing where this character is using Energon to make this hallucinogenic thing that makes you see your worst nightmares, and we're really using it to flesh out some of the characters, and that's really cool.
I do that to Chris every week just to keep him awake on the show.
Yeah, it just happens.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would just do that for fun. Let's be real.
Gotta have a hobby too.
Exactly.
You know, you're going to parties, you're passing around the weaponized hallucinogens.
This happens,
Yeah, 100%. Daredevil #3, I have a similar thing to Batman #10 in that I think the first half is weaker, partly because the whole thing is Spider-Man has to train Daredevil how to use his powers, or sorry, not how to use his powers, how to fight somebody without using his powers.
Oh.
And I'm like, I feel like that's kind of territory we've been to. Like, I feel like he would know how to do that, but it's whatever. And then the second half, I think, is quite good, and we get to see more of the Omen, and he looks pretty creepy. Supergirl #14. Supergirl gets basically her own symbiote kind of suit thing, and that was neat, where she can like control it like a goo, almost like she has a suit made out of Matrix Supergirl.
Oh, that's
And that was
crazy.
yeah,
Wouldn't it be
no,
really funny if
it
Matrix
was pretty
Supergirl
crazy.
came back as a symbiote
I wondered if that's what we were doing
that
when it comes
Supergirl
up. I was
puts
like, are
on?
we? Is
I
it
wish
going to
they'd do
become
that.
Matrix
Yeah,
Supergirl?
exactly.
And then imagine if Cassandra Cain in the current Batgirl series kept her weird blood thing, and then they had to fight for some reason.
They could just make that a duo book. Do Matrix Supergirl and Cassandra
So, okay.
Cain.
Oh, sure.
We've got
yeah.
our next line. We've got Matrix Supergirl versus Bloodbender Cassandra Cain.
Yeah.
We've got the last city of Krypton.
We got Darkseid on the
Dark
moon.
Side
Dark
of the
Side of the
Moon.
Moon.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude.
Doomsday on the moon.
Yeah,
Moon, yeah.
not Darkseid. Dooms. Although
That's wave
although,
two. That's
although, why have we never done a miniseries
Dark Side
called
of the
Dark
Moon?
Side of the Moon?
Dark Side. Yes,
Come
exactly.
on now.
It's right there.
I think that's why my mind went to that first,
Yeah.
because like it's right there.
We've got some $1 million ideas this evening.
DC, hire us.
I agree.
I'm proud of us.
This is the real next level stuff.
Exactly.
No, Austin, I think it'd be cool if they did like a new Birds of Prey team that put Supergirl and Cassandra Cain together, and like some
that'd
other
be fun.
characters that
Yeah.
aren't usually on that team.
Yeah, I know that'd be fun.
Like
I've
a way more
got
powered one, because usually Birds of Prey doesn't have a lot of powers on it.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's true too. They just had Big Barda, I guess, but
Right, but
Yeah.
that's
That's
not a
strange.
standard Birds of Prey character.
no, I know.
That's volume
But, like, that's, like,
6 or
useful.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like usually it's
Sorry,
it's characters that really don't have superpowers at all, if you think about it. Besides, that's not true. Besides Black Canary,
Oh, okay, yeah,
she is
true.
powered, but
Yeah.
I'm almost done. I've got just a couple more.
Oh, you're
But
good.
I feel pretty proud of myself. I feel like I've gone through this pretty fast.
you have.
Yeah.
No, I'm sitting here in the back of my mind going, okay, don't take too long on your individual books. You don't want Austin to show you up here.
Emperor Aquaman stops being a Star Trek book and turns into a Star Wars book. And
That's
that
fun.
was a welcome pace changer, and it's
Austin
Aquaman
was sick
and
of
Hal
Star
Jordan
Trek.
teaming up.
And
No,
that's
I
when
like
Cap
the Star
drops.
Trek stuff.
Thank God it's entertaining now.
No, I like that stuff. It was cool to see kind of how we did it here, where Hal Jordan comes in and kind of brings in more of like a Star Wars kind of feel, where it's more adventure-y, and we got to escape from the evil company that's in the Lobo book. I was surprised that they showed up
Oh,
in
cool.
Aquaman. And Aquaman does this insane thing where he realizes that he's so powerful that he can like feel the moisture in the air and make it rain, and then he turns all the rain droplets into essentially bullets and like kills an army with them.
All right, that's cool.
It's insane. And Hal Jordan's just like, oh my god, he's Aquaman Parallax. That's what's going on. It was really neat.
It's so nice to see all this originality happening
Yeah.
over there right now.
Yeah,
It's
just
like every DC
really
book
cool stuff.
You're reviewing. I'm like, oh, we've never done that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
No, it feels like people are just allowed to do what they want right now, which is cool. I've got. Oh no, that was my last DC book. I was gonna say I can jump off one of those. Mask #1, which is a book that
Oh
I'm
yeah,
only
tell us
trying
about
because it's Energon Universe, and I'm like, well, I don't know anything about Mask, but I'll try this.
Yeah.
And, Mask #1 has a wonderful bait and switch where the whole thing is obviously introducing us to this character, and he's being interviewed by the general guy cap that Optimus was dealing with earlier in Transformers.
Okay.
So he's dealing with him, and he was framed previously, and they now realize that obviously he's a good guy, and that general is like, okay, I'm reopening the Mask program, and it's going to be a spin-off of G.I. Joe, and that's what we're going to do with it. And Mask is like, nope, I don't think so. And then he just leaves, and Mask is going to be like the Shadow, where he has different people he's connected to. And he makes that general one of them, where he's got like informants that he can talk to, but he's just his own person that's going around doing his own thing. And Dan Waters in his letter at the end talked about how this is the civilian Energon universe book, and I'm very interested to see what that looks like.
Well, it seems
So
like
we
he
talk
did a
more
good
about
job
how we'll.
introducing you to the material.
Yeah, it very much knows that nobody knows what Mask is.
Yeah. To the point where I thought Mask was an organization. I didn't know it was a guy.
Yeah, I didn't either. No.
So I think it technically is, but I'm just calling that guy Mask because I'm like, I guess he's Mask. There's no other people in his group that we meet
But it's
in
an
this issue, so I'm like,
acronym.
he's Mask.
It's the main character of Mask.
It is
Mask.
an acronym, so it probably is just more a group. But I'm just calling him Mask right now because I don't know enough about Mask.
It's like my favorite comic character, G.I. Joe.
Exactly, yeah.
Optimus
Transformer.
Yeah.
Exactly. But no, I'm interested to see where that goes. I think especially as like
X-Man
another
is
addition to that book. Exactly, yeah.
Actually, now that you mention it,
Anyway,
the 90s have an answer for that.
Exactly. Justice League is Justice League, the man.
It's just us, the League.
my favorite superhero, Alpha Flight.
Hi, it's
The
me,
Teen
Mr.
Titans.
Fantastic Four.
He's got 4 powers, of course.
He's got 4 power, yes.
Well, there's a what if comic about that. Austin, do you have any more books?
Yes. Archie meets Army of Darkness. The last issue was really good. They ended that perfectly. That's a Burnham book, and he did it wonderfully through the whole thing.
Oh, awesome!
Exactly what it needed to be. Godzilla's The Odyssey was very fun and different to the Romeo and Juliet one that they did last, and it brought in other monsters into the Odyssey, and the way that they did that was all really fun. Next one is Wizard of Oz, and I'm very excited to see what that looks like.
Yeah.
And then my last book
Yeah, that was
is
just
Void
announced.
Rivals. Yeah, exactly. And then my last book is Void Rivals number 30, which is the end of the Quintesson War, which did not go in any way how I expected. And I'm very excited about what the new status quo of that book is. It's very different. And the best part of that issue, so there's like a really dramatic death, and it shocks one of the main characters to the point where he just is like out of it and not talking to anybody, and it's very just like the whole time. And they're like, we got to go meet this person and get their help. And they go to do that. And he suddenly snaps out of it, and he's like, wait a minute, how do we know we can trust this person? And the other one's like, oh my god, like, you're talking again, are you okay? And he turns to her and goes, yeah, of course, why do you ask? And I thought that was funny. But yeah, it was a good end to that arc. And it seems like they are moving towards some sort of Transformers and Void Rivals crossover like the G.I. Joe one. So I'm excited to see what we do with that. But that is all my books.
Good
now
job.
I can shut
Yes,
up.
you got
We're very
20
impressed.
minutes.
Well, at least you didn't have to review 40 of them.
Yes.
Chris,
I
did
got
you bring
most
any
of them
this
in.
No, the only thing I got was the Muppet Noir book
that you just
that I
gave
gave
to
away.
a child,
I mean,
to a sad child
to a
that needed a Muppet
sad
book.
child needed a Muppet book.
Like, and that kid was like, "It's 2026. What the hell are the Muppets?"
Yes.
You're like, well, it's not exactly a man. It's not exactly a puppet.
Yeah.
But in all honesty, I don't know.
You're like, "Hey kid, do you want this comic?" No, the only art forms are ska and pro wrestling.
I just look at it as like, kid, I bet you think it's easy being green.
And then he gets really confused when
I
it's
bet
a
you'd like-
noir book
Yeah.
and there's no color in it.
I bet
Okay.
you'd like to visit the moon where Doomsday is.
Okay, dude, there are
Yeah.
Muppet fans that would be so mad at you right now for going to Sesame Street. It's like a thing with Muppets.
Oh, I didn't even know. See, I don't know. I don't know anything about this stuff.
I was gonna say, like,
I'm not mad about it.
yeah. Look,
Who
Jim
sings
Henson-
that then? I thought it was Kermit.
I think
No, that's Ernie.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well,
I only
that's-
know that song because
that's a
of your
Ernie song.
old rewind.
That's
on...
that's my fault. But if
Yeah.
you go back and listen to that, that's Ernie's voice, not
Yeah.
Kermit's voice.
Okay.
Look, it's it's Jim Henson. All of his creations are perfect and beautiful.
Exactly.
And, I just take Jim Henson's creations as a whole.
No, also, that's one of my favorite songs of all time.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay, so the only Kermit song I know then is the Rainbow Song, and not even for Kermit singing it,
Rainbow Song.
but the
Well,
duet he did with Blondie.
And It's Not Easy Being Green. You've heard
Yeah.
that song.
Oh yeah, that's true. Very true. I haven't heard that song. I know of it,
Oh, okay.
but I've never actually heard the
yeah.
song.
The best version of that song is Ray Charles, but
That's true. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, that was I'll be honest too. For the most part, all I've been reading is like TTRPG books from a Humble Bundle I got like a couple weeks ago.
And some of that's my fault because he's still trying to get a Power Rangers game going.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to dissect Essence 20, which
good luck.
I think I've got a good handle. Which I don't know if we've got any like D&D TTRPG folks here, but like Essence 20 is what if you had 5e and tried to like Frankenstein it into something legally distinct. Like you put some Savage Worlds onto it, you get a little bit of Mutants and Masterminds, there's a tiny bit of World of Darkness in there somewhere. It's like, no, we need this to be legally distinct. And then somewhere down the line, you forget that you need to have HP.
That whole system should have just been called, wait, how many dice do I roll now?
Yeah. What's hilarious, too, I was reading it, and they're like, you have an action, a movement, and then a free action. But your free action is
not free.
It's not free.
Why is it called that?
Why is it?
Drives me insane.
Yeah, it's like, that's the whole point. Free actions are
I thought it was
free.
like the free space in bingo.
Exactly.
It's like, stop calling it that.
But you have to like level up to bingo to get your free space. It's like you gotta make sure you put your points into B.
Okay, well, I'm gonna segue then to talk about the new Power Rangers #1 by nobody's favorite Power Rangers writer, Marguerite Bennett. I don't know why we brought her back, but she's back doing the flagship book after Prime sunk like a lead balloon. And this feels like a situation where the only people that are showing up to do Power Rangers right now are the people lame enough to show up. It is really sad to say. This did not impress me. It might get better. I will probably give it another issue or two, but I don't know why. Because I didn't like this really. And I guess it's mostly just because I've collected Boom Power Rangers forever, and I didn't buy Prime past the first issue because I really didn't like it. I've read a few more issues in digital since then. It's not good. It feels like Melissa Flores's like just personal fan fiction turned into a comic book. She both did some of the best stuff in the series and then tanked it and then rebooted it badly. And so now we have this new initiative to bring it back in full force with 3 books that are going to happen all at the same time. And I didn't like the previews for any of them. And this first issue is rough. So I'm with most everybody with the suits are weird. I don't like them. I don't understand this diamond thing that we're doing. And I saw a comment. Sorry, this one I will talk about a little bit longer than some of the rest of mine.
No, that's good. I just thought it was funny that I just did like 30 positive reviews and immediately hit with, this book sucks.
It's not good. I read a comment recently about these suit designs that I hadn't really thought about before, Chris. Which is we're missing the point with the diamonds, which is they were like the points in the suit. They're supposed to be teeth. So, like, as soon as you put them on the chest like that, it's like, what even are they?
Yeah.
They were dinosaur teeth.
Yeah.
And now they're just a weird pattern for no reason.
Just have a blob.
It's even worse in the context
like
of
the
awesome.
Green Ranger thing. No, I was going to say, kind of looks like they try to do the Green Ranger thing, you know? Or is it the white one? Whichever one has the, like, shoulder thing.
Yeah,
it looks like they try to make that design into the chest, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, sort of, except it doesn't go over the shoulders, so it's weird.
Yeah,
it
honestly, it's not exactly that, but like that was the first thing I thought of. Like
But
it kind of looks like they maybe tried to do
to your
that.
point, though, if you're gonna do that, why not just give them all shields?
Yeah.
That would be a better
Sure, yeah.
design. Is we'll just go, okay, the five also get their own dragon shields, I
Yeah.
guess. I don't know why you do that, but it'd be better than this.
You made it just like a blob or something too. It doesn't quite. There's a lot of negative space there. It just doesn't.
But more than that, within the context of the book,
Mhm.
there's literally not even an attempt at a contrivance for why the suits look different.
Right,
They
right,
just
right.
look different. Like there's just no reason for it. So the premise with this is it's like middle-aged original Five Rangers.
Mhm.
And it's been 10 years since they were Rangers, and Billy calls them all up to help fight a new villain who doesn't seem like a new villain, but is apparently a new villain. There's a new Rita. It's not Rita Repulsa, it's Rita Rabiosa. And nobody knows who she is, and it's this big mystery. Who's this new Rita?
It's Rita Ravioli. We're in trouble.
Yeah, and she can manipulate Earth technology, but conveniently not Altarian technology or anything with the Morphin Grid. So the Rangers are safe with their Zords and stuff, but literally nobody else is. So she's like, it's really the only aspect of this I liked was that the villain is like effing up people's cars and like all kinds of stuff in the street. Like doesn't even really need monsters to do it.
Right.
And so at least the threat is real.
Yeah.
So like I kind of like that about it. I don't get why as soon as we find out about her and she shows up, there's like sparks flying all over the command center, even though like their technology is not affected.
Yeah.
But there's like sparks everywhere, like it is affected. I don't really understand that. But anyway, I digress. So Billy doesn't even like call them all up and say, "Hey, can you guys come here? I need your help." He just teleports them all there. And into the command center, and then when they morph, they've got these new suits, and I'm like, why did the Morphin Grid change the suits slightly?
Slightly change the diamonds. That's the.
I don't even understand why that would have. So it's like, if you're gonna have a new design, you gotta have a reason for it.
Yeah.
Unless it was a full-on complete reboot where this is just the suits now, but it isn't. It's a sequel thing.
Yeah.
But it's also weirdly a prequel thing, which I hate about this. So it's setting up things that are in Once and Always.
Right.
Because Min as a baby is in it. So Trini shows up with her baby, and then all hell breaks loose. They have to figure out what to do with the baby, and they put it in like this new version of Alpha that like his head opens up, and they put the baby in the
That sounds
in the
terrifying.
head.
Actually,
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Feed it to the robot.
So, what's bizarre about this, and also I can't tell if we're still in the old Boom continuity or if this is like technically a different continuity where like all the old Power Ranger shows are part of this, but the comics aren't.
Yeah.
But Once and Always is. Like, I'm not sure.
Right.
But it seems very connected to Once and Always, and yet, it doesn't gel with that to me either because that special made it seem like the Rangers would not have been familiar with Min this early. Like, I don't know, maybe they were, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But the bigger thing is, it's such a big deal when Robo Rita shows up.
Yeah.
You'd think somebody would be like, I don't know, 15 years ago we fought another Rita?
Yeah.
like it's kind of weird that they're fighting a Rita not too long before they fight
another Rita?
Yet another Rita? So, like, I don't know why she's doing that. Why on earth is this not just a sequel to Once and Always?
Yeah.
Like, all Ranger fans that still like Mighty Morphin and want any more Mighty Morphin, because obviously a lot of Ranger fans don't want us to ever touch this again.
Yeah.
But the people that do, all they really want is for that to continue.
Yeah.
Like, we wanted a miniseries or more specials or something from Netflix because Once and Always was pretty decent.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe for some reason they were told they couldn't do that,
Right.
and so they did this instead. I don't know, but it's just not a good idea.
Huh.
Like, I don't know. Why are we doing a mid prequel to Once and Always? And then the writing is just bad.
Right.
And like Marguerite Bennett, I didn't like a lot of her writing and dialogue writing in Beyond the Grid. It's a lot of people's least favorite thing in that whole series.
Yeah.
This is worse.
Oh wow.
And she does really weird things like the best way I can describe it is it just reads really generic, and it's lost the Boom Power Rangers edge. Like it feels like it's kind of kidified again to some degree,
right.
and then you end up with that kind of who's it for thing because only adults are gonna read this, really.
Yeah.
Except for like us adults that
Us, yeah.
raised our kids on Power Rangers. Like my kids will read this, but for the most part,
Yeah.
kids are not doing that. So you get weird dialogue. Like there's this 2-page spread where they've summoned the Zords, and Jason yells, "Zords, we summon you!" That's terrible. What are we doing? And then this is kind of minor, but it's weird that they pull out their morphers to summon the Zords.
Yeah, that's
Like they're already morphed.
right.
Like you always just go, we need Megazord power or whatever. Like you do
Right.
like a pose, but you don't need. But they pull out their morphers to do it. I don't really understand that.
It's like a key fob. You just
So there's a lot of like, she knows Power Rangers, but she doesn't know Power Rangers. Like that's odd. And then there's this kind of mystery as to why Tommy is refusing to show up. No, I guess Billy doesn't just transport them there because Tommy doesn't answer the signal, which then means that Trini's dumb because she brought her kid intentionally to an emergency.
Kids, you gotta learn sometime.
So I don't know why we did that.
You're gonna grow up real fast.
I thought that this was just a reboot book and they were all teenagers again. So when you said that she had a baby, I thought they made her like a teen mom. Which would be funny.
Yeah, no, it's middle age, and I don't have a problem with middle aged Mighty Morphin Rangers. Like it's kind of silly, but like we did it with Once and Always, and that was decent. And if you just moved on from there, you could do cool stuff with it. But and you could also integrate it with other Ranger teams because we know there's other Ranger teams out there, and the way they got around that in Once and Always, for budgetary reasons, was they just had Robo Rita turn them all into action figures, and then they had to, our team had to go rescue them because they were just all action figures. Anyway,
They just opened up Saban Warehouse.
there's a part of me that wants to drop this immediately and not give it any more money, and I will probably do one or two more, but honestly I don't know why. And like I said, I don't like the previews for the other two books either. So I'm real on the fence about even trying them. And so I'm like, I guess I'm not a completionist with this stuff anymore for collecting. Like, it needs to be at least decent. And like, the art's not great either. Like, I need something to latch on. I don't like the covers. Like, I need something to latch on to. I got nothing right now. I'm looking for any excuse to give them money, and they're not giving me any. It's so weird. Anyway, it makes me sad. That was brutal, I know, but it makes me sad.
I almost bought that for a child too. They didn't have it at the shop, so
I'm glad you didn't. There's better Power Rangers to give to children.
Yeah.
But luckily,
well, I'm glad I didn't add that because then I wouldn't have had just 30 positive reviews.
Luckily, the week that came out, I also got my my Gold Ranger pop, which is wonderful, and they did a great job on that. So at least I got a cool Power Ranger thing. But anyway, okay, moving right along. We've got, so I'm gonna go as rapid fire as I can now. Chris is like moving along.
Come on, we're going.
DC
Start the
Sonic
clock.
Metal Legion #2. I enjoyed more than the first issue. This is mostly villain stuff, and it's kind of fun to see all these villains that are ostensibly teaming up, but they're all like planning and scheming, not just against our heroes, but against each other. And so there's all these uneasy alliances with Eggman and Lex Luthor and Catwoman and Rouge, and we got like a new Legion of Doom that we're building, and of course they're all kind of working to double cross each other, but then they're working well enough together that they've really kind of screwed the Sonic characters in the Justice League by the end of the issue. And it's kind of fun just how little hero stuff is in this issue and that we focus so hard on the villains. I really enjoyed that about it.
Did they have any of the villain stuff in the first one? Because if not, that sounds similar to what they did with the Godzilla Kong Justice League crossover,
Oh, really?
where two focuses so much more on like we bring over like the Suicide Squad as well, and obviously we bring over some villains from the Godzilla Kong movies.
Yeah, there's not as much villain stuff in the first in the first one. It's so generically written to me, honestly, that I'm not remembering a ton of what happens in it. But I think it's really just
Yeah.
like a couple of major villains from each side, and we kind of
Yeah.
focus more on the heroes.
Yeah.
And kind of the
I
big
just wondered
gimmick,
because of that connection.
the big gimmick of this is bringing in just a lot more characters on both sides. We're still coming up with no good excuses to have literally every Sonic character wearing a DC costume. Ruse is wearing a Catwoman suit now for no reason at all.
Well,
We
for pervert reasons.
yeah,
but
sure.
yeah.
And there is some of that in this.
Magical
have,
post on Reddit.
we have Eggman walking in with one of Lex's robot suits, just so we can see that. The more I think about this, and I should have thought about this even with the first series, the more I wish this had just been a goofy Elseworlds thing, where it's the Sonic characters become the DC characters. Like, it's just an amalgam. That's all it ever should have been. It shouldn't be Batman teams up with Shadow and Shadow wears a Batman suit. It should have been Shadow is Batman.
And
like,
that's what I
isn't
assumed it was based on those designs when we first saw them.
And I was
more
excited
surprised that it
about
wasn't.
based on that. And then when it turned out that they were just going to pal around with the DC characters, I'm like, this is a little lame. Like, the DC characters get in the way. The fun, the thing we could have had a lot of fun with would have been, like, how do we reimagine the Sonic characters as DC characters, not just having them put the costumes on. And it's kind of the same problem that the Justice League Power Rangers crossover had, where they had to come up with excuses for them to put each other's costumes on. You know, like, you don't have Eggman team up with Lex. You have Eggman be Lex. Like, obviously. That's what it always should have been. But, I don't know. It's more fun than the first issue. I mean, I'm buying these mostly for covers. Anyway. Space Ghost 12 is awesome. And is a big oversized issue. This was a $6 issue. I was surprised by that because the way and I've talked about this before, but the way the first season, as I've been calling it, goes, you got 12 issues and then an annual that was the culmination of everything. This really felt like the season finale, and I don't know if there's kind of a aftermath or epilogue-y, like more season finale that will happen in an annual. I haven't seen an annual solicited. Maybe there is one. So I don't know what exactly they're doing that with that, but like this kind of wraps stuff up, but it's a real tragic sort of ending, and it kind of suggests that we're gonna have kind of a big epilogue issue next issue, but I don't know if that's annual or if they're doing a 13 and they're getting away from what we did with the first 12. But anyway, I was won over a lot more on the Tempest thing with this than I was before. We're doing kind of like Space Ghost Crisis to some degree. We're not like fully rebooting or anything, but it's the typical like multiversal genocide thing, and you have a big scary bad guy that wants to recreate the universe in his own image to try to get rid of injustice, and he thinks he's in the right, and he's not doing it for diabolical reasons, but obviously it's a bad idea. And he's basically, if you've ever seen the Star Trek Voyager episode Year of Hell, he's basically Anorax from that, and his ending is actually really similar to what we do with Anorax in that, which was kind of surprising to me. But this does the multiverse thing, where we're bringing in different versions of Space Ghost stuff from different universes, even though there are so few different Space Ghost universes that it's very odd to do that with this property, but it does it way better than Battle Nexus did with Ninja Turtles recently, and there's tons of different universes for that. My favorite thing in this, besides just the reveal of what Tempest is, and I don't know that anybody's reading this, so maybe I will spoil that because it might get people to want to look at it. But so yes, I will spoil that. It will turn out that this Time Master guy Tempest, who's trying to use Space Ghost as a conduit to restart the multiverse, is himself an ex Space Ghost, and that whole thing ends up being way cooler than I expected it to be. And I really bought his backstory, and I'm not sure if I'm right about this. I should have gone back and looked. I think I could be mistaken on this, but I think the idea might be, especially because the artwork when we get his flashbacks looked a lot like this. I think he might be the 90s DC Sirius Space Ghost turned into a villain. And that might be what he is. I'm not totally sure because I don't remember what his backstory was, but I think it might have been that backstory.
From the Joe Casey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he might be that Space Ghost turned into a bad guy.
Where he was like a space cop that faked his death, or...
Yeah.
So maybe, yeah.
But I'm not sure. I gotta go back and look at that. But anyway, my favorite thing about this, though, is they have Jan and Jace, who get their hands on a time machine, go to some different dimensions and grab. I don't know. They say it's a time machine, but they're like dimension hopping. I don't know. But they grab some versions of different characters from different universes, and one of them is just straight up Cartoon Network cartoony Zorak.
Nice.
And we finally get a cartoony Zorak in panel on this,
Nice.
which made me very happy. And he's hilarious, and he makes a lot of really great faces, and that made me happy. And he also grabbed Thundercleese.
Nice.
We got Thundercleese in this,
yes.
which I never even thought about. And Thundercleese is
Yes.
a Brack Show character. And he's got a really cool, kind of gnarly design in this. But anyway, this is the best issue of this part of the run anyway, and I was very happy with it. It was awesome. Ninja Turtles 19, where we brought in Tang Shen as a character, and Splinter has his human wife back, which is very odd. There's a point where they're in the lair, and Splinter like pecks her on the cheek, and I'm like, this is just gonna be a really awkward marriage.
Yeah.
But anyway, she is a woman out of time and also out of reality, where like she's supposed to be deceased, you know, like she was from the other side of death, and feels like she doesn't belong not just in New York City but in our realm of existence, and goes on kind of a field trip with the Turtles through New York, and it's kind of a more fun, silly issue for a while until she decides, this has all been fun, and I'm glad to get to know my kids and my husband and everything, but I don't belong here, and I need to go back. And some of that, I like the identity stuff with this. Some of that is not just because she's supposed to be dead, but also because there is a big distinction with this where she is herself brought back to life, but they're all reincarnated. So, like, they're not exactly her family. Like, if you think about it. Like, they are, but they aren't.
Right.
Like, she keeps bringing up things that happened in feudal Japan in their house that they don't remember. Because, like, they don't really have memories of their past lives.
Right.
And we're real consistent with that going all the way back to, 2011 when the series started. And so I liked all that stuff a lot, but then there's these big consequences for her leaving her post in the afterlife at the end of this, where she's trying to go back, but now she's not allowed to, and she's stuck here. And I like how that's being handled quite a bit, and I like how it's a much sillier, like, wending a little closer to like 87 humor for a while, and then it gets real serious again at the end, and I like that quite a bit. She Spawn number 2. Another just killer cover,
Mm.
man. I love these. I like this book still quite a bit. I've got a couple of issues with how Gail Simone is handling thematic stuff because she's not letting me do any kind of analysis whatsoever. There, one of the big parts of this with Jessica Priest is PTSD, and at one point she just has an internal monologue. Jessica Priest go PTSD, and I'm like, thank you. Like I can tell that we're dealing with that. All right.
Starts
And
directly to the camera. PTSD.
yeah, and then later there's a part where she does the same thing where she goes trauma, and I'm like, yeah, I get that. Like, why are we doing this?
That just reminded me in that new Dead Man series, there's a bit where he talks to basically like a god that he works for, and he has like a snarky comment about it in his narration, and then that god's just like, don't snarkily talk about me in your inner monologue. And it was quite amusing. It just reminded me of that.
Me by the book too.
But yeah, so I'm liking the plotting with this more than I'm liking some of the writing. But we reveal here that so the end of the first issue is Jessica Priest finds a kid Al Simmons. And how in the world is that possible? And it turns out that she is somehow wound up in the past, and it turns out that it's a time travel thing, and so she is having to save a like 8 or 9 year old Al Simmons from a cult that wants to kill him because they somehow know that in the future he'll be a hellspawn and is supposed to do horrible things to the world. And I kind of like the irony of, and we touch on this pretty hard here, that she's that she's kind of charged with saving the person that she later will assassinate.
Right.
So like that's kind of fun. And the sliding timeline thing is odd now. So we at some point full on rebooted Spawn, and like we cherry picked and we kept certain things and we changed other things. One thing that we've apparently done that I did not realize, although I don't know how consistent McFarlane's been about this, is he used to keep Spawn relatively in real time. Where and he always said he thought this was a cool idea because his main character is an undead character, so he doesn't age, and then everything can age around him. But when Jessica Priest goes back in time, she goes to 1992, and Al Simmons is 9 years old. So I guess now we have a sliding timeline with Spawn, which I don't love. I also don't like that when they go to a convenience store and Al Simmons wants to buy comic books, one of the comics on the stand is Spawn. You're in a Spawn. You're in the Spawn universe. How's that possible? Savage Dragon is also there, which at least used to be in continuity with Spawn. So I don't.
Just have it be all Youngblood and Chapel books.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they sort of did that because, well, yeah, don't do that because that also used to be part of continuity. But
that would be kind of funny, though.
No,
yeah, they already retconned it. Like that'd be kind of funny.
No, you're right. Youngblood, you could do. He goes in wanting Shadowhawk, and I'm like, well, that works.
Yeah.
Like that's okay. That's an Image thing that's not in continuity. But then there's all these in continuity things sitting on the. There's like they walk in, Spawn #1 is there, and I'm like, she is a she Spawn. This is the guy that will be. I don't.
Just have like
it's one panel. I realize it always breaks my brain. I cannot deal with it.
It's that scene in Beastmaster 2 where they drive by the movie theater that's playing Beastmaster 2, and he looks up in confusion.
Yeah, they did that in the first Hitman movie where you. Like Agent 47 breaks into like somebody's apartment and they're playing the first Hitman.
Oh, I remember that. Your brain explodes.
Yeah,
just doesn't make any.
I have that with Creature Commandos has Clayface playing Mortal Kombat 11, I think.
Yeah,
where Joker is a playable character.
Here's what you do: you have Al Simmons walk into a comic shop and be like, "I want all your Skybound books."
Not in 1992.
It makes much sense though.
They
had the Creature of the Black Lagoon in 1992.
Their dynamic is cool. Like I'm still liking this book. Okay, Gail Simone needs to quit like getting in my face with the obvious ideas. But anyway, Absolute Catwoman #1 really surprised me.
I thought that was out.
Yeah,
this is the like least violent and least depressing so far, at least that I've read. Maybe it ties with Flash, I don't know. Of the Absolute books. I love the way that a lot of these like find cool ways to subvert your expectations based on what you already know about DC stuff. So it opens kind of like that Absolute Evil book did, where you just get a almost like regular in continuity Oliver Queen, and then we kill him right away. This opens with a early 2000s looking Catwoman, and you're like, what in the world am I looking at? Like, I know that's not Catwoman, and you discover that that Selina, and maybe some of this was in the Batman book and it's just been so long I don't remember. But Selina Kyle was apparently in a group of like criminal spies that act like Catwoman, and so there's like a whole group of women that just look like regular DC Catwoman and operate more like she does than this version of Selina Kyle. So she makes a big deal, like establishes right away, okay, this woman that you're looking at right now is stealing something because it's shiny and she likes the challenge and she wants it, and that is not at all what I do. And what I do is I need money, and so I steal things, and I don't have any sentimental thing with it, and I don't do it for the thrill. Like, I'm not a thrill seeker. And so we use the kind of aesthetic and the traditional kind of MO of Catwoman to establish how the Absolute version is not that character at all. And I thought that was really cool. And it doesn't have the horror bent that a lot of these do. It's a lot more of, like I said, kind of a criminal spy thriller thing. And she's got to save Holly from them, and I think Holly is or was one of them also. And so it's sort of like a Black Widow thing, where it's like she got out of that life at some point, and you never can like fully leave it. And so they're after her. There's this cool bit where Holly reveals that she's got a bruise on her face, like she's she's been abused by someone, and Selina says some things never change. And I just love some of the meta stuff that we're doing with Absolute, where it's like, here's something that we've kept the same with that character between continuities. And so she's talking about the reality, like the history in this world, but there's this other layer to it for the reader if they're familiar with that character. We're saying this is a character we've not changed as much as we've changed Selina Kyle, and I thought that was cool. Another thing that I will spoil just because I want to talk with Austin about it. So apologies for spoiling the ending of this. So just, if you don't want to know this, turn it off for a couple minutes. But Austin, maybe you've heard this already. I'm not sure, but I discovered
I haven't heard anything about that book.
Have you not? The Cassandra Cain one shot is not out of nowhere.
Oh, so I did know that she spawns out of that book.
She spins out of
but
this.
I thought it was coming later. I thought it was one of those things where, because the article I saw that was like, oh, she's getting her own one shot, made it sound like she's probably in like a later issue of that mini.
No, I was really surprised they solicited it already, because that's the big reveal at the end of this, is that that's the assassin that they've sent after her. And so she's working with this like criminal Catwoman enterprise.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah.
And so now that one shot makes more sense.
I just remembered too. Flash introduced Rick Flag and kind of makes the Rogues kind of like a more traditional Suicide Squad, and that's cool. I'm excited to see where that's going.
Oh, Nicholas Bodo, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, I did read the new issue of Absolute Batman, and I'll probably talk about it more next week because I had to kind of rush tonight. But it's a lot more involved than the last couple issues have been, and like it's pretty action packed, but there's also a decent amount uh, of story that's developing. We're getting by the end, we're finally uh, building to a showdown with Batman and the Joker, uh, which is exciting to just finally even have them on panel together. Which was like really surprising to me that just suddenly happens at the end of that issue. The Robin stuff is getting more interesting. You've got Dick Grayson, kind of um shining now more as his own character and saying I don't like what we're doing, and I'm not sure we should be going after Batman the way we are, and also how are we any better than him? We're like blowing up buildings and crap. Which was fun. And then you've got the uh villains that are Bruce's friends trying to decide if they are monsters or not, and I'm liking that. We've got a full look for Two-Face now, which is really neat. That was the cover of that issue, and it's a Two-Face with real long white hair on one side,
Yeah.
which I really dig, and he's got the animated series blue face. So it's like long hair, but with that design, like the blue face and the blue hand, and I love his design. He looks fantastic.
It's a super like anime design too.
Kind of, yeah.
It's like he's gonna go fight Vash Stampede after this.
And I
Yeah.
also, I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Oh no, go ahead. Finish what you were saying about it.
Oh, and I was just gonna say, I also like, just now that it's coming back to me, all the kind of battle in what do you call it? Like soldier psychology that we're getting for Bruce Wayne. Where at the beginning of that, there's this kind of distinction that Alfred is making, where he's not really fighting the people he's fighting. He's kind of like fighting something in himself internally, and Alfred starts to get really worried about him because he's completely losing sight of his mission and why he's doing what he's doing, and that happening to him just before he has a showdown with the Joker makes all of that more interesting. But there's quite a bit going on in that issue, and it was probably my favorite in a while.
No, I was just gonna say before, it's interesting how the Trinity have all had like a drip feed for their main villain. Like Joker, obviously, and like for the most part, I guess Superman to a lesser degree, but they've all had some sort of flowing thing through the storyline. Like obviously we're building to Cheetah in Absolute Wonder Woman, we're building to Joker in Absolute Batman, and Lex at some point will drop. He has like the funniest backstory now in Absolute, so I'm excited to see how that impacts him.
Yeah, and I still say Lex could end up just not even being a Superman character, really.
Well, we have seen Lex. He has popped up
in the Superman book.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I don't want to spoil it because it's so dark and twisted that it becomes really funny.
Oh, awesome.
But yeah, they do a thing with Lex of like.
Actually, he was revealed in Absolute Evil.
Yeah, exactly. They go. It was after Absolute Evil. We do like a whole thing of like, and now he's going to become a bad guy.
Nicholas Bodo, I didn't really notice 89 references in that issue, which is not like me if they're there. But again, I kind of had to speed read that one.
He was like, "You ever dance with me in the pale moonlight?"
I'll look at it closer when I get it in my hand. I didn't really catch that. There is some definitely, and I won't get into it right now, but there's definitely some kind of traditional like you complete me and we're gonna do this dance forever stuff that we're already doing by the end of that. I feel like this is Snyder's chance to redeem the things I didn't like about his Batman and Joker relationship in the New 52 stuff.
Yeah. Because yeah, I mean
It'll be interesting to
sure.
compare them.
yeah, because his absolute Joker is basically kind of the more refined. What was it, like in the New 52 where it was the what do they call it?
Endgame, I think.
Yeah,
Or
where he kept popping up and over like every 100 years or so.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that's all the stuff that I actually managed to read this week. I will show you some other things that I bought, though. This is a variant for the first issue of DC X Sonic 2 that I got. And I'm not buying a bunch of variants like I did with the first book, but I liked this cover so much more than the A cover that the guys at my shop let me bring that book back and change it out for this one. So I got that instead because it's lovely. And then I got Batgirl 20, which I haven't had a chance to read yet, but is one of my favorite covers so far, where she's drawn out in chalk like she's dead. And then Daredevil 3, I've not had a chance to read yet. And then here's some just other random back issues that I got. This is a variant cover for a book that I already had. This is Batgirl 19, and I wish I'd seen this in the first place. But oh my god, it's beautiful. I had to have that. I don't know what it is about Cassandra Cain in that suit, but I never get tired of pretty covers.
Yep.
I've way too many images of this character now. I bought just other random back issues. The Gotham City Villains Anniversary Giant. I bought this because Danny DeVito wrote a story in it.
Oh wow!
And I've not read that yet, but yeah.
I need to read that.
I know, same.
That's hilarious.
Braden Cap just has a thing for covers where Batgirl is dead. I know, I do. I don't know why that is. My shop had a Tick issue I was missing. That never happens.
Yeah.
Just to even have Tick at all, but like one I didn't have. This is the 1993 Circus of the Mighty update. So glad to have that. I'm slowly rebuying some old Spawns, as you guys know. This is Spawn 39, one of my favorite covers, the Christmas cover. I will put this on my shelf upstairs when we get to Christmas time. I have a lot of violent Christmas covers for various things. I've got some like really violent Batman Christmas covers, so it'd be nice to add that to the mix. And then one of the weirdest things I've ever bought. I've not read this yet. I can't tell you anything about story with this. I know it's got like 2 or 3 different stories in it. I just bought this because it was weird, okay? There's an Evanescence comic. And yes, like, the band.
They're coming to town.
I know, and I'm not gonna be here, and it makes me angry.
It's like that classic song.
We had plans to go to that
Evanescence
show,
is
and
coming
I
to
can't do
town.
it now. I'm sorry, what was that, Austin?
I said it's like that classic Christmas song. Evanescence is coming to town.
Yeah. Hey, Santa here. You should wake me up.
So apparently they did 4 issues of this. This was a few years ago. This was like 18, 19. This is supposed to be a signed edition, not by Amy Lee or anybody, but by the writer or artist or somebody. And then I popped it open, and there is no signature anywhere. So my assumption is that it was on like a card, and then somebody kept the card. But that's okay. The book is the art's okay. I thumbed through it. I just can't even believe this exists. So
is it about Evanescence, or is it like just a story thematically relevant to Evanescence?
They take a song and then they build a story around the lyrics.
Yeah. So like kind of like the second thing I was saying.
It's just the Electric Train montage, just as a comic.
And then I got a bunch of stuff in St. Louis. And I'll briefly run through this stack. I got a couple of cool Powerpuff Girls variants from Dynamite. These are a connecting cover, which is pretty cool. I don't have bubbles yet. So this is issue 2 and 3, and then you put bubbles on the other side, and it makes a heart. And then they have different villains on the bottoms of them. But I now have a complete set of this series because they ended at 9. It must have gotten canceled, and which is sad. But there's a lot of really cool variants, so I might rebuy this a few times. And anyway, so I finally got 2 and 3, and those are pretty, and I'll have to get the bubbles at some point. And then I got Sonic 62, which is cool because, first of all, you just never find Sonic issues in the wild for the cover price. That was nuts. And secondly, that is a level, I think, from 3. And it's always cool when they actually go back to the Genesis games like that. And then I got some Power Rangers I was missing. I forget what issue this. Oh, this is Draken New Dawn number 3 with Ranger Slayer Draken fighting a female Ecliptor. For a second, I thought that was just Ecliptor, and then I actually read this issue and I was like, "Oh no, that didn't even occur to me. That's a female form." There's a they made a new Ecliptor named Eclipta or something, and I didn't know about that. So that was weird. Okay, so this was the big crazy find on this trip. I already told you guys about this. I bought and I already had this issue, but I bought a copy of Spectacular 200 from the early 90s, signed by Buscema, with a certificate, and he did 5,000 of these. And I paid $30 for this, which I thought was pretty reasonable. I've been on kind of a tear this year with signatures. I got a McFarlane this year, and then some of the people that I got at Planet. But that was a crazy thing to just find in a box at this really killer comic shop that I found in St. Louis, the St. Charles area. And then I also there found the comic adaptation of Mask of the Phantasm, which I've never seen in the wild, and was surprised I didn't already have. But I looked at my database, and sure enough, I was missing this. And I thumbed through it. I had never actually looked at this before. The panel layouts are so good that this could have just been a comic in the first place, and would probably be beloved at least among comic people, like a Mad Love or something. It's really neat that they didn't phone that in. It works incredibly well just as a comic. And just right in line with the Batman Adventure series.
It's not like the Transformers the movie one.
No, or a lot of the '90s adaptations, like Batman '89, real truncated, way too many panels. Ninja Turtles 1990, way too many panels. How do we get it? I mean, that's even worse than the Transformers thing, because they at least released that in 3 issues. Yeah. Like, sometimes they'll do 1, and you won't even get very many more pages. I bought the Spider-Man vs. Wolverine one-shot, which is oddly kind of important story-wise, and I didn't even know about this. This is allegedly the death of Hobgoblin. I read that somewhere.
At least the first time.
And I had never heard that before. I've got to read it to see if that's actually true, but that is apparently the case. I got a really cool Silver Age Batman cover. This is 293 with Lex Luthor punching out both Batman and Superman with Kryptonite Gauntlet. I had to have that when I found it. That's a wonderful cover. He said, and it's even crazier than it looks, because he says, "I've trapped you in Batman's body, Superman, so when I kill him, you die." That's fantastic. Yeah. I bought 2 issues of the worst Spawn comic, because it's the only arc that I liked from this, so I've rebought some of this. This is Curse of the Spawn 5 and 6 with Suture. I love Suture. I gotta get her issues back. I found out that since then we've never done, or since Curse of the Spawn, she has a return at the end of that series. We've never done anything with her again. We need to bring her back. I like her a lot.
At this point, she'll just have her own book because there's like 8 billion Spawn
Yeah, you got
spin-offs.
now.
Might as well. I got a couple of Dan Mora variants that I didn't have from Go-Go. So here's a really neat one where Ranger Slayer has a Pink Ranger reflection underneath her. I love that image. It's really neat. And then this is back when Power Rangers was cool. And then a really good Megazord cover. This is an odd point, but nobody draws the Megazord like Dan Mora. He's really, and of course, then he goes into Transformers. He's really good at his giant robots. And then just some issues of Power Rangers that I was missing while it was, they were split off Mighty Morphin and Power Rangers. So there's a weird foil variant of Mighty Morphin 1. The Madame Woe variant of Go-Go number 12. I was excited to finally get my hands on this. That's one of my favorite episodes of that series, and it was just really odd that she got her own cover at one point. I was really glad to get that. And then a wordless variant of I think Mighty Morphin, or the first series, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers number 10 with Tangas. That's a lovely variant. And then a space cover of Power Rangers 19. And then for my wedding anniversary, my wife and I always buy each other books, and she got me Last Ronin in hardcover.
Oh, nice.
Which is really nice to finally have that.
Yeah.
I do own a copy of number 1, which is like $100 issue now. But I got out of buying new just as that was coming out, so I don't have any of the rest of it in singles. And I might eventually get those. They're cheaper than that. And I've read this in digital, but I'm just glad to finally have a print way to look at that. And it's a pretty hardcover, and I've wanted that for a long time. So finally got that.
The only awkward thing is that the theme of this year's anniversary for you was to buy each other gifts that were a book that became a movie. And
that didn't work out. Yeah.
It didn't work out. It didn't quite fit the theme of that. I know it's a very specific anniversary year theme.
This is not a comic, but there's not going to be another great place to show this off, so it's at least comic related. But I wanted to show you guys the oddest vinyl I've got my hands on in a while, and I can't even believe this came out. I got the soundtrack to the animated Tick on vinyl.
Oh wow!
And it's a double disc. This came out on Spotify on digital in I think 18 or 19, and I think this release on physical media is a little later, but this was only $20, which is like shocking for a double disc, especially a low print run thing like this that like 5 people in the world are going to care about this. But there was an eBay ad that had several copies of this, and I wanted to grab it while it was still there. It's a really great wraparound image. I don't know who did the art on this, but whoever it is, like, really knew their stuff and loves the show. Put Eclair up here. Like, you got to really know the show to even know who the hell that is.
Nice.
That's one episode. The Tick versus Europe. And then you got Dean on the back, and you got the LC with his B twins, and Evil Midnight Bomber, what bombs at midnight. It's wonderful. And then you crack it open, and you got the Tick with the steel box.
Nice.
Yeah. This thing is lovely. I wasn't expecting any like production value on this thing. I was just excited that it got records. Well, then the records are blue. And on the front of them, you get the Tick's head, and then on the back, you get the back of the Tick's head. And it's just, like, it's really well put together, and is totally on point, attitude and humor-wise. And it was already just a big deal to get the Katsaros soundtrack, because there's a bunch of cool little weird background tracks in that show that I never thought I would get to hear in isolation and all of. and like little incidental things that he wrote for like something playing on a radio or somebody performing in a lounge or something, and they're always like weird and silly and have crazy lyrics, and like it was cool just on Spotify to get to listen to them, and now I have a physical release that has all of that stuff. So anyway, this is a big deal to me that won't be to anybody else. But that was exciting. But I just wanted to show it to you because it was nuts how pretty the box was.
Yeah. Well, the record itself, too, the actual vinyl is super cool too. Like that blue.
Yeah, they did like the cobalt
Real
thing with
distinct.
it.
Yeah.
It's awesome. So that's the coolest thing I bought in a while.
Yeah.
Made even cooler because it was cheap.
It's also a plus.
It's amazing. Because like, I would have spent $40 on that. It was really exciting that it was as cheap as it was. Okay. I tell you what, guys. It's already we're almost at 3 hours. And I don't know who's really to blame. I'm going to blame all of us, I guess.
We all share.
Why don't we take just a real quick break because we've been sitting here for so long, and then we'll come back and we'll knock out our last couple segments as quickly as we can. I'm not going to have a whole lot to say about our cover of the week, so we can blow through that. We can blow through that pretty,
it's a lot of part threes of a lot of stories.
It sure is. And then, yeah.
I wrote this book myself.
And then the Dan Slott book will be easy to cover as well.
Yeah,
so I don't know. I don't want to give a timetable or anything. That's always a bad idea. But let's take just a real quick 3-4 minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll finish the show. Thanks for hanging out with us, folks.
See you in a bit. Is Hoster awake? Hoster, are you
He's
alive?
awake.
I'm good. No, I saw news and I was like, oh crap.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
What is it now?
Just the next Halloween reboot. And I was like, oh, here we go again.
We should do a show called Waiting for News. Where
Yeah.
like we broadcast for 3 hours and then we just like keep refreshing pages going, I mean, something's gonna happen in the next
Yeah,
3
exactly.
hours.
Yeah.
We're gonna be on the pulse on something.
We should do a book or a book.
We should do a
We
book.
should do
yeah.
we should do a book on this. No, we should do a video series that's a daily series that's waiting for Hattush Part 2.
Hattush Part 2.
Where every day we just
I think
we
we
talk
Hattush
about how we're
swear.
waiting for it to come.
Well, you know, sooner or later, it has to be Nigma time again.
I was excited to see the trailer today for the animated Nightfall.
Oh, yeah, I saw that today.
It's the animation's looking pretty good, and I'm excited about the Asbat suit because it looks perfect. It's very pretty.
Yeah, and while I was walking away to refill my water, I saw news that David Dastmalchian is voicing the Riddler in that, and I'm interested to see what he
who's
does with that. Polka Dot Man.
Oh, okay.
Local guy too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, his voice. I mean, you hear him a couple times in the trailer. He sounds good. Their Batman sounds decent. I don't like that Bane voice. I hope it grows on me.
Yeah, and Batman's what's his face? Anson Mount or whatever.
Oh, he's
however you
Anson
pronounce
Mount.
his
Okay.
name.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Has he done
Yeah,
it
because he's
before?
I think he did the Injustice movie, but I could be wrong.
Okay, and that sucks, but that's not his fault.
Yeah.
No, he's not a bad.
No, of course.
He's not a bad pick.
And Bane is MCU Scorpion, I think.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Weird.
Oh, what's
Yeah,
was
so
it like the
like a cast.
Nicholas Bodo says he's a great pick for Bane. I hope he grows on me. I guess my thing is I just have too much of a like voice in my head when I read that character, specifically in that period, and I read him with a thick accent.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least they did get a Hispanic guy. Like at least there is that.
I wish he sounded not.
It was
just
a little
Hispanic,
thicker,
but like with an act like English is not his first language, and he just doesn't sound like that.
Yeah. I'm glad it's not a Hardy impression.
Yeah.
Well, sure. Sure, you know what, that accent, but I just think he's a little bit more menacing when the voice matches the luchador thing.
No, that's fair.
He was in the Far Cry games. He's one of those actors that pops up in like a billion different things. He's kind of like that guy. He was in that show
big
Orphan
character
Black.
actor.
Yeah, he was in that show Orphan Black that I really liked, just as like a deadbeat boyfriend.
Now he's Bane.
It was Bane,
And Scorpion in the same year.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's get our last couple segments knocked out, shall we?
Yeah.
So, like I said, I'm not going to have a ton to say about this. We'll just kind of hit it real quick. This is... Make sure we're set up okay here for Vault. This is the Web of Spider-Man annual number 8 from 1992. Again, kind of odd that 2 Spider-Man things popped up for our last segments today. And this is doing that typical 90s annual thing where there is a big story that's happening between several books just in the annuals. And so this is, as Chris alluded to a few minutes ago, the third part of a Spider-Man New Warriors crossover that also goes into their book, and I don't know if it goes into other Spider-Man books. I didn't check to see where exactly all the parts are, but the main story is that, and then like a lot of these oversized annuals, there are some backup features. I really only read the first 2, and then I kind of skimmed the rest of them. Because the rest of them are kind of shorter backup features, and I think the Black Cat one might even be part of another story. I can't remember. But it's this New Warriors thing, and then it's this really weird Venom story that's supposed to be like Venom's first adventure, where he finally names himself at the end of it, even though he already calls himself Venom at the start of it. And I wasn't totally sure if it was like non-linear or something. I don't know what's going on with that. But at the start, he's like, "I was Eddie Brock, but now we are Venom." And then you get to the end of it, he's like, "We need a name.
How about Venom?
You already have it." Anyway, that was very strange.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, not a lot to say about that New Warriors story. It's a whole lot of fighting, and then New Warriors characters get kidnapped, and it's sad. And then we get a big villain reveal of a villain I've never heard of.
You don't know about the Sphinx?
No.
Popular character, the Sphinx.
No, I was.
We
not
love the Sphinx.
familiar with that.
I do want to play Nick.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot that Michael Manda was Nacho for Better Call Saul, which I love Better Call Saul. Sorry. But yeah, no, the Sphinx. When has anybody ever saw this? Where? Who?
This issue.
Yeah, I guess this issue.
I mean, the main takeaway for me with this is just this is my era of Spider-Man, and so I always love this design.
Yeah, no.
It's the McFarlane design. It always makes me happy. But it doesn't read like a Spider-Man comic. Like literally everything about it is not Spider-Man except Spider-Man's there. Like he feels like a guest character in his own book.
Yeah.
Because it really is just a New Warrior story, and then also there's Iron Man things in it. And then the Sphinx feels like an X-Men character.
Yeah.
Like nothing about this is really
like
a
they wanted to
Spider-Man
use Apocalypse,
story.
but editorial wouldn't let them.
It really reads like that. I had that too. Sorry, Austin, go ahead.
I was gonna say, because I didn't get a chance to read this, but at like the last couple minutes before we started, I was like, I'll just do a quick flip through just to get like a kind of idea of what was going on, and it looked like it was just a lot of action.
Yeah,
I guess Rhino's there. That makes it more Spider-Man-y.
Yeah, it's like. I mean, this looks fun. I don't know what's happening, but it looks fun, I guess. And then I was like, "Oh, like Whiplash is here. Like that's kind of cool."
It's more fun if you don't read it.
Yeah,
and I love Michelini.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah. I don't mean to throw shade, but like this is a pinup book. I mean, and a lot of '90s Spider-Man is kind of like that, but like or just Marvel in general. But like when it's this action heavy, it's kind of fun just to look at it. I don't really need to read any of the speech bubbles at all. And then when the actual plot starts in the last 4 or 5 pages, that's when you actually read the balloons.
Yeah.
Because like then it gets
Boomerang's there.
Boomerangs. The Beetle shows up.
Yeah, the Beetle was there.
The Beetle's there, yeah.
I was like, there's some cool. I like these characters.
Yeah. Like I saw that and I was like, "Oh, cool! Silvermane's in this." Like, no, that's just a hammer. Oh,
yeah, that was weird.
Yeah,
I always forget who's on the New Warriors team because that was such a time and place in the '90s. It's sort of like the like weird B-list Justice League team that we had during Death of Superman. That I'm always talking about with Fire and Ice and when sorry, it's getting late.
Martian Manhunter's like disguised as that other guy.
What?
Oh,
during Death of Superman, Martian Manhunter's like a different person.
Oh, I forgot.
And you don't know that you don't know that he's Martian Manhunter.
But yeah, I was just gonna mention Green Lantern guy with the haircut. I can't think of people's names right now.
Guy Gardner.
Yeah, Guy Gardner is on that team, and yeah, it's a weird team. Bloodwind,
yeah.
But this is like that where you've got Speedball and you've got Firestar, who was invented for a cartoon show
for the Amazing Friends, yeah, because they could use the Human Torch, ironically enough.
Yeah, and then put her in comics for no good reason.
Yeah,
like who could possibly care?
We got Nova, of course.
You have Namorita.
Who's a Night Thrasher?
Yes, Night Thrasher.
Yep.
I know so little about Night Thrasher. I didn't even know he was a black man.
That was a thing that Dwayne McDuffie had opinions about.
What do you mean?
Dwayne McDuffie was not a fan of the Night Thrasher character. There's a
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, there's a
Was anyone?
Dwayne McDuffie least of all.
Oh, okay, okay.
He like
Did he
Dwayne
think Night
McDuffie
Thrasher
was
was
the first
offensive for
person
some
to have an
reason?
opinion.
yeah, he had an opinion. It was okay.
What was offensive about it?
I think he just thought it was a stereotype. He
okay.
he made a comic with a title that I cannot repeat on this show.
Oh,
Just making Night Thrasher like doing like the most over the top parody of the character in particular.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
fascinating.
I don't know. I think I own an issue of Night Thrasher. I never noticed skin color. Like,
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's got like for the most part, he's got a costume that covers most of his skin.
yeah,
So
that's what I was surprised by, that you could even see what he looked like in this.
yeah.
But yeah, then you got Venom first kill. Spoilers: he kills his first person. I guess.
Yeah.
I would have thought he killed somebody, before this. He's been Venom for like a little bit, but I guess that it read more like
Because it was evil Venom.
Yeah.
Yeah, it read like does he do all this before he even fights Spider? I couldn't tell where this was supposed to be in the timeline.
Yeah.
But it read more like, first kill for lethal protector Venom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it's like he's making the distinction of I'm killing people that deserve it, so it's justice. So vengeance is justice. That whole thing.
We're not the bad guy, kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The art was decent. It's funny that that's another part 3, because I couldn't imagine what you would get from the first 2 parts.
Yeah.
Like that totally read
Giving us
like
reasons to kill this guy too.
totally stood on its own.
He's
but
like,
okay.
should we kill? I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe.
it's like maybe.
And like I said, I didn't really get into the rest of the backup features, so
Yeah,
I don't know if you have anything to say about them.
Not
but-
really. I mean, we get like a Black Cat heist thing, which we actually get in another. The second time Hydro Man shows up too.
Yeah, Hydro Man shows up twice in this.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
Oh, that's
He is in that
weird.
first part.
It was the time for Hydro Man.
Just-
Never again.
Oh,
Never
she traps him in a box
Mm.
in a museum.
Oh my god, it's like Insomniac's Sandman, where one of the collectibles is like a little container with a bit of Sandman
Oh,
in it
yeah.
that he lost like years ago.
Yeah. Well, the sequel, you actually go through. You have to like find his memories. So you have to fight
How
like a whole
weird.
bunch of like mini Sandmen.
Sandman. And then at the very end of that, there's a cloak and dagger thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you read that, but
And-
again, time and place. This was a period where we were selling them really hard.
Yeah.
And they'll be a big part of Maximum Carnage.
Yeah. And then like the
Mhm.
Spider-Man, there was basically just a clip show with Spider-Man just going, "Hey, remember when I was in the Fantastic Four with the Hulk?"
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's basically it just goes through like which ironically is kind of what the our book
Our
of the day-
feature,
our
yeah.
feature is. Yeah.
Well, before we get to said feature, let's go ahead and shake the phone, because that's very important. My other big takeaway from this book is that I have a pristine copy of this, and I was shocked by how white the pages are. I have a really nobody like this isn't worth anything. Nobody would care, but it's like shockingly pretty. Anyway, that was my main takeaway
Yeah.
from this book that we read some of.
It was really pretty.
Yep. Okay. Would you like to shake the phone?
I would love to.
He's so excited.
All right.
He just can't hide it.
Shake, shake, shake. Dun, 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 dun.
Da-da-da-da-da.
We got Injustice.
We're probably not gonna do this.
Oh.
Yeah, we're like, no, we're good. We're vetoing.
Yeah. We're probably not gonna do a single issue of Injustice Year 5. Although maybe the Curious Case of Bizarro something.
Year none.
You're
Of
none.
Bizarro Superman. Sure, why not? No, we'll do this.
Yeah.
We might as well.
I was going
'Cause
for it.
I don't know when we're gonna finally get back to that series. I've always been a little trepidatious about it because I love that first year, and then everybody says it just goes downhill from there, which is why I've never gone back to it.
I hope Injustice Bizarro is just a really swell guy,
That's
where
the
it's like he has
sweetest
to become,
person.
he has to become a good person now that
Yeah.
Superman's a dictator.
Yeah. Uh,
He's just walking around like, "Ma'am, take you over," and then he gives them a flower and
Yeah.
leaves.
That's really funny. But yeah, here it is. Injustice Year 5, Number 5. At the Crossroads. Yeah, and that's when BVS was coming out.
No.
Look at that.
Yay!
Mm,
So look forward to
look
that.
forward to that, yeah.
I'm so glad I own all of that in singles, so it's got a higher percentage chance of showing up when we shake the phone.
Yeah.
And now it's time to talk about a Dan Slott book. This is not my fault. And I
Oh,
need to be writing down or hanging on to who requested these because
it was
I
Chewbacca's lover.
it was Chewbacca's Lover. Okay, because I take it off the
Yep.
wheel and then I don't have it anymore. So, but I want to credit whoever asked for it. So, thank you, Austin. So, Chewbacca's Lover
Yes.
wanted us to talk about again the 2005 Dan Slott team up 5-part miniseries Spider-Man and the Human Torch. I mistakenly thought that this was a one shot and was like, "Oh, I got to read 5 issues now."
Yeah, no, I did too.
I had to give myself extra time to get through
I was
this.
looking at
I
the
thought it was a one shot.
I was like looking for it. It's like, there's no I Was Stupid on the Unlimited app.
Yeah, it's only called that in the printed trade.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know why they called it that.
Right.
The official name of this is just Spider-Man Human Torch.
Mm.
The other thing I was surprised by is that it's really 5 different stories.
Yeah.
That are talking to each other very minimally until you get to the end, which kind of ropes them all more together.
Mm.
I was a little surprised reading issue 5 that that it went back and referenced so much of the first 4 because they seem so disconnected.
Yeah.
It was really just it really read like it was just okay, here's Dan Slott wanting to do his old school throwback thing and see if he can ape other writers from different eras
Yeah.
and start in the 60s and then move forward in time with different Spider-Man status quos. The big kind of checkpoints are who Spider-Man is dating at the
Yeah.
time. And then you get to 5 and it's closer to present day and he is and they're more friends than they've ever been and they're kind of reminiscing about all the stuff that's happened in the past, and I was kind of surprised that there wasn't more of, and I guess this is a criticism, that there wasn't like a framing device from the start.
I mean,
You know,
there's-
I don't know why we don't open the book with that. You know, where it's like start in the present day and like we're reminiscing about these things, and then we'll catch back up to it, just to tell the reader that there is something of an overarching thing happening, as opposed
Yeah.
to all these disjointed stories.
I mean, there's
It's got.
there's the through line.
Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's the through line of the Human Torch wanting, like, being jealous that Spider-Man has his own photographer, and
There's through
everything-
lines, but I'm just saying structurally.
Yeah,
just,
yeah.
Just narratively, if you're gonna have,
Right.
if they were all disconnected,
Mhm.
I wouldn't have this complaint.
Yeah.
But the fact that we get to the end and now there's a culmination, I just wondered why we didn't kind of lead with that a little bit. But I don't know what you
And
think.
it does
about
make
that,
it a
Austin.
little disjointed too, because since it does its moments over the course of the entire history of the Marvel Universe.
Mhm.
So when you're reading one issue, it's like he's dating Gwen Stacy, and then like next issue, several years of continuity have happened.
I
It's
guess
like,
on the
oh,
other
man,
hand, it could be kind of a neat like reveal that you are gonna get rewarded for having read all of this.
yeah.
I think that whole thing reads better in singles
yeah.
than it does binging it.
Mm.
If you're not gonna give us that
Right.
that kind of structure from the start.
Yeah.
Mm.
No, the way it's structured reminded me of Life Story, and obviously Life Story, you kind of know more of what the through line is
Yeah.
just by the name. But it's got like that kind of similar, we're jumping decade by decade thing, and kind of doing like a day in that period, and then moving forward. Yes, you kind of have that, but obviously not as strong uh, of how we connected all together. Uh, and I would agree also with the like issue thing. I also because Chewbacca's lover in the chat earlier was very apologetic for requesting this and was very much like, I liked it as a kid. I haven't read it since. Apologies if it's bad. Um, my review, honestly, is just that's kind of who this is for. Like, I don't
Yeah.
get a ton out of this, but this is good, like early material for a kid. I think. Like, I still don't really love Slott's voice for Spider-Man. I wouldn't have cared when I was 10 or
Yeah.
8 when this came out. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's kind of exactly who this is for. So, you don't have to apologize, Chewbacca's lover. That makes perfect sense.
And yeah, I didn't think it was like bad necessarily, too. I mean,
No, and I don't think it's like
I was pretty
super bad or
indifferent to it,
anything.
but it's okay.
Yeah.
yeah, it's
Like,
fine. You know,
Yeah, I will say, because I would say I'm more like indifferent throughout it, but like I understand, like I think this is who it's for.
yeah,
That's just not me at this point in my life. I do think the end works. Not so
Me
much like
too.
the
Yeah.
like wraparound thing, but I did really like the kind of family thing that
Yeah.
we get by the end.
and that was
I thought that
nice,
was kind of
yeah.
sweet.
And I found myself liking the whole thing more uh, than it had a
Yeah, that's
culmination
what I
like
had.
that.
Yeah.
That's what I had.
Which
Yeah.
I was thinking too, like, did Johnny know who Spider-Man was? I mean, in like the 70s and 80s, stuff like that too.
I had that question,
Yeah.
and I thought it was kind of odd that such a major moment in their history together was
Yeah.
actually dramatized on the page, because this whole thing is real in the
Yeah.
rain between the raindrops.
Right.
And then in the last issue, there's this huge moment where Slott contrives a reason for Spider-Man to show Human Torch who he is
Yeah.
during like a hostage situation,
Mhm.
and I'm like, well, I wonder if that was just never dramatized.
Yeah.
And like at one point, Human Torch doesn't know, and then later he does, and Slott goes, "Okay, I'm going to create the moment where that happens."
Yeah.
Because arguably everything else that happens in this is pretty inconsequential.
Right.
And intentionally so, where it's like these are just
Yeah.
some fun adventures with these characters that highlight the evolution of their friendship, their initial rivalry into friendship.
Yeah.
I do think Dan Slott lays on too thick in the first issue how much they don't like each other.
Yeah.
And then as the years progress and they become more friends, I do like how Between the Raindrops that is, where if you've not read any of that stuff, you can just imagine, well, they've been on a lot of adventures together.
Right.
They've to various degrees like grown and changed enough as people, and obviously, you know, Peter more than Johnny, and part of the point is that Johnny doesn't have the sense of responsibility that Peter Parker does. But Austin, with that last issue, not just the family stuff, but also the ways that they compare each other and are jealous of each other for what the other one doesn't have, I really liked.
Yeah, no, definitely. I will say with that first issue, I think the issue is because if you go back to like Stan Lee stuff, Spider-Man is super antagonistic to Human Torch.
Yeah,
but I think it's just Slott's voice for Spider-Man is so wrong that it feels incorrect. Where I'm like,
Yep.
I know that Spider-Man, like you have that whole issue where Spider-Man just shows up to be an asshole to the Human Torch for like no reason, and then is like, Johnny, your sister's hot, and then leaves. But he's written to be an asshole, whereas here he isn't really. So like, there's just kind of a disconnect.
Yeah, I had that too, where I was like, what is happening is correct, but the attitude behind it is wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Pot paste pea.
And I had that in
I
other
felt the same
places
thing.
too. Austin, I wanted to ask you how you felt about some of the, I don't know if I want to say self-aware stuff, but where like Spider-Man's laughing at things that are silly, and like if that bugs you, because I'm of two minds about it sometimes, because that's also one of those things where sometimes Stan Lee would do that. Like, not to
Yeah.
this degree, but like, he's gonna comment on Mysterio having a fishbowl head, and like there are
Right.
goofy things that Peter Parker doesn't play straight.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so I don't
Yeah,
always know when to complain about it, but something about the Paste Pot Pete thing rubbed me the wrong way.
Mm.
I think it's just too exaggerated, and it goes on too long. I think is all that moment
It's
is.
an entire
But
page of him laughing at how
yeah,
stupid that name is.
Yeah.
well, I think too because it's like he's like, oh, I'm gonna go kill, I'm gonna go assassinate Human Torch, and then Spider-Man's like, haha, your name's dumb, and he's like, ooh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go leave. You've beaten me, and it's like, okay, like Stanley wouldn't have done that.
No, yeah, there were still bit. Yeah, you see that a lot with at least in like modern comics with the last 10, 20 years, where they try to be a little too winky to the audience, where you kind of lose the fun of, like, yeah, some of these characters have silly names, and there comes a point where you draw a little too much attention to it, and it's like, yeah, we get it, we get
I
it.
think with Marvel specifically, it's hard to always know where that line should be.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
Stan Lee and Ditko and those guys were walking a line so hard in the 60s of trying to be more relatively realistic,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
but also have, a lot of that silly comic stuff in it.
Yeah.
No, and I think the original Spider-Man book kind of is a work of satire, just of the superhero genre.
Yeah.
Not full parody, but like I do think it has a lot of satirical elements on the genre at that
Yeah.
point. Um,
That can be hard to replicate with all the deconstruction
Yeah.
done
Yeah.
for decades now.
Even like the first
And even up
issue-
to this.
even like
Yeah.
Amazing Fantasy 15, like I've heard people say that book reads more like a horror comic, or reads more like a Twilight Zone, where there's that twist at the end where he doesn't immediately go into saving the day. He goes into, pro wrestling and Ed Sullivan, and then you have the twist where it's like, oh no,
Yeah.
I should have been a superhero this whole time.
Like, you should have gone and done ska
You
music.
could on ska music, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, you
No,
got
that's
half
something
of
I
it
love
too.
about Lee Ditko Spider-Man is that he's kind of not a hero until issue 3 when he fights Doc Ock. After he gets the Human Torch speech, that's
Yeah.
kind of the moment where it's like, okay, like I'm fully committing to
Mhm.
this.
Yeah. And I know part of that too is because, like, I think Lee and Ditko having such like different visions for the character kind of worked in like a weird way, because there are times where you read like those early issues, and you can tell that it's Lee kind of poking fun at Ditko a little bit, or rewriting a scene. It's where the art doesn't always match. And in a way, it kind of works because it makes Spider-Man seem like a little bit spicier.
Mm. Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah, getting back to this, Austin, what era that Slott goes to within these 5 do you feel like his sensibilities are most primed for?
The 2000s.
Oh,
It is
okay.
that modern issue. Yeah, no, I think that's part of why I like that issue the most, is that feels the most fitted to him as a person.
See, like, I agree and I don't agree, and the reason I'm saying
Yeah.
that is because as I'm reading particularly that first issue, I found myself thinking, and like I don't think that he's anything like perfectly authentic to that era or that writing style. Don't get me wrong, but
Mhm.
the kind of sillier period throwback stuff, I feel like is kind of more in line with the sensibilities than trying to write really serious superhero comics. So like I found myself imagining trying to imagine, like, what if his run had all been throwback? And like in a weird way I think I would have liked it better.
Mhm.
Yeah.
See, I don't have that with the 60s one, but I think the 70s one is better.
Yeah.
Where Spider-Man goes off onto a Fantastic Four adventure and the Human Torch goes and fights a gang.
And that was a cool idea.
I thought that side of it worked better for me than the 60s issue, but Lee Ditko is so just my Spider-Man that like I'm more readily like, oh, this isn't authentic when you don't quite get the voice.
Yeah, I guess I just mean like generically, if we could keep Slott in a like throwback, uh, like somewhat comedic place. Not that he can't like have any drama at all or be saying anything, because some of the best stuff in this isn't just farcical comedy stuff. Like we were talking about with what's working about five. Like there's some relatively touching stuff in that. But Dan Slott is, in my mind, always at his best when he's doing Saturday morning cartoon stuff. And he like his most authentic writing has, for me anyway, has always been when he was doing um like, cartoon show based comics. um and so there's a part of me that kind of wishes, and you wouldn't want a 10-year Spider-Man run that was just that. But if he's got to do Spider-Man, I kind of wish that's what it was, because he's better at that. I
No, and I was going to mention that too. Is I do think this book feels like a kid's cartoon. That's part of my like. This is a good book to give a kid.
Yeah.
Like,
No, it does.
oh, you like Spider-Man? Maybe you like the Fantastic Four, but you probably like Spider-Man. Read this; it'll give you like a solid enough idea of these characters.
And it's a sampler
and
too.
It's
if
got
nothing
that kind
else.
of
Well, I don't
yeah,
mean to
exactly.
sound-
It's a good sampler, and it feels almost like a, I guess, modern like Amazing Friends kind of TV show where it's got that kind of a feel.
Well, I don't mean to sound dismissive when I say that, because not everybody can write those kinds of comics. But like, I just think
Oh, yeah,
Slott's
no,
better
there's
in
an
all
art to that.
ages, and I kind of wish he had
Mhm.
stayed there.
No, I mean, I think that's fair. Like, there's certain writers that should stick in more adult stuff, and then there's certain ones that are better at all ages, like you said. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
He's also got some places in this where his writing reads like oddly ignorant to me. Like he's using the wrong word for the word he really means.
Oh yeah.
In this, I
That
told
Dr.
Austin
Doom bit?
about this earlier. Sorry, what?
The Dr. Doom bit?
So there's this bit with Dr. Doom where he actually writes the word hypothetical when he means rhetorical. I don't know if you caught that.
Oh, I missed that.
So I took a screenshot of this. It's Jonathan
I asked you a
Storm.
hypothetical
And to
question.
what do we owe this unexpected visit? No, don't try to speak. That was purely a hypothetical question. No, it wasn't.
No, that's not.
That's not what that means.
Doctor Doom, you're a doctor.
He
you
just
got your
made-
honorary degree.
He just made Dr. Doom look like a freaking idiot.
Yeah,
That's pretty bad.
Dan Slott is always using the word infer when he obviously
When he
meant
means
imply.
Braden, that's bad. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
That's pretty bad.
There's not
That
a
is
ton of
rough.
that, but that one really jumped out at me.
Yeah, no, that's rough. I also think he's very reference heavy with his comedy, and a lot of that stuff doesn't really work for me.
Reference heavy.
like-
You mean with the periods and
No, not even just that. Like his jokes tend to be referencey, where it's like,
are they?
yeah, he does a lot of that kind of stuff. Where like Human Torch will walk into a room and be like, "Attention, true believer," like, whatever.
Yes.
Or Spider-Man at one point is fighting.
I thought you meant
Human
larger
Torch
pop
and-
culture stuff.
Yeah.
He
But
does
you-
do
you
larger
mean-
pop culture stuff, but it's mostly that.
You
Was
mean
there enough
fun
session
or-
there
yeah.
too? I mean,
Yeah,
that's,
but-
yeah.
Yeah,
Was
Writer-
Spider-Man's like, "Do you really think you're as strong?" What is the exact line? It's like, he said he references some like the strong the '60s theme song
Yeah.
about like, and like that
Spider
line
Can.
was kind of
Yeah.
awkward. Yeah.
Chris, the enough said was just editorial at the end. That
Oh,
that
yeah.
one's fine.
Okay, so yeah.
It's when it's
Oh,
in,
yeah, that's
it's
fine.
it's
Yeah.
when it's in dialogue when it's weird.
I was-
And he says face front true believer twice
Yeah.
in different time
Yeah.
periods, and I'm like, in the context of the story, what is he saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what
Who
are
are you referencing?
If Peter Parker looks at Johnny Storm and calls him a true believer, what is he truly believing in? Like, I don't understand that.
And I know Marvel has a tendency to do kind of what we talked about with Spawn, with that Marvel Comics exists in the Marvel universe. It's to the point where they've tried to like.
I mean,
build
there's none of that in this. But
Yeah.
what do you mean?
Well, I'm just being the greater where like Stan Lee and Jack Kirby are just guys walking around the Marvel
Right.
universe. So I mean,
Those kinds of phrases.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it works.
It
but-
doesn't. It
yeah,
really,
it doesn't.
even with the, if you, I mean, that's quite a stretch.
That's
like,
yeah.
and he's not thinking that when he does it.
No,
he's just being
no.
cute, and it's irritating.
Yeah.
Like I don't.
Which
like
is
it.
part of that, like, you wouldn't have that as a child. But, like, as
Yeah.
an adult, I'm like, ooh,
Sure.
I don't know.
just realized
I'm not a
how-
fan
But
of that.
But they're okay. But then there's the question of, but is he really writing this for kids?
Yeah,
You know,
because I mean, there is a point
I would
where
say yes, because it looked like it. The book just overall, like packaging and the art, looks like one of those. Like we want to redo some of those early, say, Spider-Man issues for kids right now, where we're going to take that exact story, like say like the Lizard issue or whatever. We're going to take exactly that, but we're going to make it look like exactly this book. Like I remember as a kid, I had like a little manga-sized book that was a bunch of those early Lee Ditko issues, just kind of redone, and they all looked like this. So like, I think it is aiming for that personally,
See,
but
I
maybe
wasn't
that's just like a
thinking that
personal
when I was
experience.
reading it, but I think you're right that that's the audience that it would
Mhm.
most resonate with. I'm just not sure how on purpose that is, and
Yeah.
yet,
Yeah.
one piece of evidence to your argument, Austin, is the fact that the trade cover looks like an Ultimate Spider-Man cover.
I
Where they
agree.
do
Yeah.
the red bar on the side that makes you think you're looking at an Ultimate book, and that would be the only reason to do that, would be to try to aim it at kids, because that's what the Ultimate books did, and this is not
Yeah.
Ultimate. I thought that was very
Yeah.
curious.
Also, there's
Yeah,
a
I'm
part
trying to
where
remember what that line. I think it was like Marvel Adventures. I can't remember.
I remember,
but
yeah.
it was
Yes.
something like that, and it looked exactly like this.
That is what it is.
I was gonna say too that
Okay.
there's a part later on where Felicia Harding like strips down into her underwear too when she's doing
Excuse me, it's Hardy.
Hardy.
Okay? Look, just because it's aimed at kids doesn't mean it's not going to have gratuitous sexy stuff.
I mean, that's fair.
You
Yeah,
know,
that's true.
Have you
And-
seen Batman Brave and the Bold?
Fair point. Fair point. I I heard the Birds of Prey song. I know what's up.
And to be fair, we don't linger on that. Like it's
Yeah,
like
it
she's
is
in her
like one
underwear,
panel
and then it's
still.
like, haha, her butt, and then we move on, and it's like, yeah, kid would probably laugh at that.
Can I tell you my
We're not like, here's boobs.
Here's
Yeah.
children. Great news.
can I give you my nitpicky complaint about that scene?
Yes.
We're not looking at the art right now, because that's later. But
Yeah.
when we get there, I'll point it out again. Okay, so here's my nitpicky complaint. Okay, she decides that she's got too many layers on in order to do this heist she's trying to do, and so she's gonna strip down to her underwear so she can get in there, right?
Mm.
And they set it up somewhat subtly, where like I don't even realize she's gonna take her clothes off. I had to, like, when you go a couple
I had
pages,
the same thing. I
and-
went back where I was like, what?
Yeah, I had to flip
Yeah.
back. Like suddenly she's in her
So
underwear, and I'm like,
yeah.
wait, what? And then when I went back, I was like, okay, he sort of set this up, I guess. But then because I was looking so close trying to figure out if that was set up,
Right.
I noticed that there's a panel where she's dropped her shirt slightly, and you see her from the back,
Mhm.
and her. I've never complained about a
Her
thing
bra
like
is
this before.
black, and then it's yellow, and
Her
the next
bra strap is
page.
black, and then 2 pages later, it's a different
yeah,
color.
it's like a beigey.
And also, it would be black.
Yeah.
Like, that would be the correct color for that suit.
Yeah.
Why is it beigey after
That
that?
is weird.
It's weird.
That's-
Also, am
It's
I
like
wrong
bright
about this?
yellow.
Doesn't Felicia traditionally, maybe this is just the animated series. I'm not sure. I want to ask
Yeah.
you guys about this. Doesn't she traditionally wear a wig when she's Black Cat and has two hair colors? Because I thought it was weird that when she does the heist, she's still got her white hair. I thought she went between hair colors so that you couldn't tell that she was Black Cat.
I want to say
You know,
that's
it's been too long since I've read that stuff, but I was
Yeah.
thinking it just turns white, but I could be wrong.
But like it's white the whole time.
Yeah, I was
Mhm.
wondering if that was
That's what I
just-
mean. Like, I think her hair is just white.
It's just
Yeah,
always
but it's
white?
been too
Okay,
long.
maybe so.
Yeah, I was
It's
thinking that's-
thought
it's
she
been
was a
too long
blonde
since I've read
usually,
that.
but when she's Black Cat,
Black
she's got
Cat
white
stuff.
hair.
I'm thinking that's just the animated series, but I'm not entirely sure offhand. It's been a while since I
Well,
read
then that's
like,
one of the
early,
few
yeah.
places where the animated series was smarter than the comics.
Yeah.
'Cause that's a good idea.
Yeah.
No, maybe that is in the comic. It's been too long since
Yeah,
I've
it's
read
been a while for
that Black Cat stuff. I was kind of like, are we gonna do the animated series Black Suit thing where it makes him angry? And we didn't do that. I was
Yeah.
I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
I did think that the reveal at the end of that issue that we're talking about with the heist thing, was if not lame, just kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of threw the characters under the bus. It's like just because we want this heist thing, but we also want Black Cat to be more like altruistic in that moment where she's not actually trying to get Spider-Man to steal a thing.
Yeah.
We contrive it so that there's like this pin that
This
her
lock-
father lost. Yeah,
Yeah.
like a lock pin thing that her father lost in Wakanda that she wants to go get, and she could just ask T'Challa for it back, but that wouldn't be fun. So you created a dangerous situation where you're gonna fight the Black Panther just because you want to do a heist, and it's okay that it's a heist because the thing you're stealing is actually yours in the first place. I didn't like that.
I mean, that's just a case where it becomes just like full joke. Like you almost want, or not want, but you almost expect them to end with like a next time I'll choose what we'll be doing or something. Like it almost feels like it should have that beat. It's so comedic, and that it especially feels like a Saturday morning cartoon, but not
right.
exactly the same cartoon that the rest of the show was, but or the rest of the book.
Yeah.
Sparkle's Lover put in $2 super chat and says the underwear scene was really risque to him as a kid.
I mean, I could see it if you're like a kid and there's
It only read that risque because you turn the page and all of a sudden she's in her underwear.
all of a
And
sudden
you're like,
she's-
why is she doing that? Because it was not clearly set up. That was maybe the weakest story. Maybe to me, just because of that ending.
Yeah.
If nothing else. And also,
Yeah, I would say that. And oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I like the idea that Black Cat would go, look, we always do the heroic thing you want to do. Why can't you come steal a thing with me? That's what I like doing.
Yeah.
Where like she pushes back too much and like refuses to accept he's a hero. I'm a thief. He's never gonna be a thief.
Yeah.
And like treat it like it's unfair. Like I really liked that idea. And I didn't like how that was undercut by the end.
Right.
Like that seems like a thing she would do.
Yeah. Well, now that I think about it too, the other issue that is probably my other least favorite one has that same kind of. It's just there for like a joke thing. Is the Spider-Mobile one?
Oh yeah.
I thought that had like a similar, just kind of like shticky kind of thing, and I think part of it is just it really leans into what I don't like about Dan Slott's Spider-Man writing, where he's just kind of driving around being irresponsible because it's funny, and then especially like at the end of okay. I joked about the Black Cat one having the, I'll pick what we do next time joke. The Spider-Mobile has that joke in the issue where we then cut to Spider-Man doing donuts on J. Jonah Jameson's window. It straight up has that end gag.
That's true. Like again, that's just a matter of finding the fine line, right? Where I have praised things before for within a story like acknowledging like a throwback or flashback story, acknowledging things that are silly or don't make sense.
Yeah.
Especially if you do it in a creative way where you within the confines of the universe kind of make it make more sense.
Yeah.
Like that's almost the mission statement of the 89 Batman books that John Jackson Miller has been doing. And like I love all the a lot of anyway the retroactive explanations for stuff that don't make sense in those movies.
Right.
Here he just takes it too far, where it's like he brings in the Spider-Mobile just to talk about how it doesn't make any sense that Peter Parker's driving a Spider-Mobile, and he's like, well, there's too much traffic on the street, and he can't, and like, why would you even have that? What would be cool is if we acknowledged all the drawbacks with it,
Yeah.
and then had some like positive aspects of it, so that Spider-Man doesn't seem like such an idiot for driving it.
And the Spider-Mobile was already kind of a joke too when it debuted. Like they're, like, I don't think it was really as like serious. There were,
well, I guess that's true too.
So I mean, make it go back and like, oh, did this thing that purposely didn't make sense not make sense? Almost doesn't.
Yeah. So what is the satire?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like they already knew it. It's like
when he's driving around like being a menace, like driving people off the road because it's funny.
Yeah.
And Johnny's like, "Oh man, you're being dangerous," and Spider-Man's like, "Ha, you're so stale, Johnny." And it's like, this is so just not
King.
Yep.
Yes.
Like it's exactly.
I was thinking that too when you said it.
The million times we've gone back to Condiment King and been like, "Look how stupid this is," and it's like that was the point of that character.
It was a joke. He
was never played. In fact, he was never played as a real villain. Even
no, like, he was brainwashed. You know,
he shows up and he's just an idiot. That was the whole point.
Yeah. No, exactly.
I liked how the aftermath of Gwen Stacy's death is handled. I thought that was some of the stronger stuff.
Yeah.
In this.
Yeah.
I also think it's funny. I just looking at these panel stuff's coming back to me. I also think it's funny how Johnny Storm can't figure out why Peter Parker always gets attractive women and he's constantly being spurned, but every issue he walks in and like massively sexually harasses women.
Yeah.
And like it's really funny like how hard he's hitting on chicks, and then he's like, why do I never get the chicks? I don't understand. I've tried
but
everything.
He also does.
Yeah.
He's also like, I mean, it goes less and less as it goes along, but like he's dating like Crystal and stuff.
Well, yeah, but I like how superficial he is, where he's like,
yeah, no, I agree.
But look at the girls Peter's getting, like, and how is he doing that? He because he doesn't even know he's Spider-Man. Like, this guy doesn't have anything. He doesn't even have powers.
He reads books. Why are these girls talking to him?
You know, it's also, now that I'm thinking about it, because like Johnny Storm is part of a family team. And one of the things that he covets that Peter Parker has is his Aunt May.
Yeah.
That's kind of odd now that I'm thinking about it, where it's like, oh, I don't have anything like that. It's like, well, you've got a whole family that you.
Well, I think it's supposed to be because he doesn't have a parent really. Like obviously in the Fantastic Four family dynamic, Sue and Reed are the parents,
kind of
but
that,
like, but Sue's a sister because they didn't really have parents. She raised him, so I think it's just that like he has like a mom.
That's fair.
Although he doesn't mention I was raised by my sister. He's raised by his aunt. That's kind of strange.
Yeah, I was going to say that's kind of interesting too, because
like, proper
Peter's also
parental
missing his parents.
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
559 put in a $5 super chat and asked for New Frontier.
Okay,
for the wheel, and I don't think I've ever reviewed the comic. I've read it.
Yeah.
But we'll add that as well. That's also borderline too long, but
no, that would have to be one that like that just becomes the show. That's a pretty big book. It's a great book.
I didn't know if you were a fan of that or not, Austin. I like that book a lot.
You're gonna have Connor like instantly message you and be like, "I have to be there for that." If you're doing a vault,
he won't let me talk about that without him.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He'll hunt me down, and he knows where I live, so I
Exactly.
gotta be careful about that.
Yeah.
We got another $5 super chat from Dan Schneider. He says, "I like, but not with a request. I like the part where Johnny Storm got excited by She-Hulk's maid outfit. What did Austin think of his line? Johnny senses tingling."
I love how
Why
that
me
scene gets.
specifically?
Yeah. I love how that scene
I mean, that
is.
falls into another kind of
Yeah.
referencey thing where I'm like, I don't know, that doesn't really work for me. But
Yeah.
Okay, that one's more okay because Spider-Man might like verbally talk about his spider sense, though.
yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, it's better than like
True
they
believer.
reference. I think it's Great Responsibility and Jessica Jones season 2, and it's like, what even is that
Yeah.
in this world?
Yeah.
So like, I guess it's not that, but
Or anytime
yeah, I
in a
don't know.
DC thing anyone says like leap tall buildings, that like that stuff always drives me crazy.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, what do you think you're referencing when you're like, oh, he's this thing is faster than a speeding bullet? Like if it was somebody coming up with it themselves talking about Superman, okay. It's always about something unrelated to Superman, where it's like,
Yeah.
you know, leap tall buildings in a single blade. Like, what are you referencing?
Right.
The way you started that quote made it sound like you were going to be like, he's leaping tall buildings on rooftops.
Rooftops. Yeah.
Chris, what did you think was the best story of the 5? Is it the 5th one?
I'm thinking so. I think the 5th one really pulls it together. I think like, again, I think it really sticks the landing a little bit. I think we're bringing it back and bringing it to having that moment where it's like, all right, we've been, we've had our ups and downs, but we're still friends at the end of it. I think that is a nice way to tie it all together. Wait, are those Hostess cakes?
Yes. So
Yeah.
they do. They
That
do
was
the whole
another
thing,
part of those reference things.
They do the whole thing about the fruit pies. That one was, maybe I have to put it in like the guilty pleasure category,
Yeah.
Austin.
No, that's fair.
I kind of enjoyed that he tried to make a story around that. Because what it felt like was that he went to one of those actual pages,
yeah,
and blew it up into a 22-page story. And if only we didn't save fruit pies as much as we did, I think that's kind of clever. Again, I think it's just he just kind of takes it too far, or like it does read too referencey. But it is kind of a fun idea to actually do a story around it.
I know it's been about like 2 weeks since I read this too, just because schedule stuff. But like, yeah, I forgot that we actually went there too.
Yeah, and there's a truck that's off that's like a legally distinct Hostess. It's called Mostis.
Yep.
And I kind of like that.
And well, I think it's just, I look at something like Thunderbolts, which is a great fruit pies parody. But like they do it just as like one of those ads at the end of the issue. And I think it just kind of took me out, where it just suddenly is like, and now fruit pies, where I'm like, oh, okay, like we're doing that now, I guess.
Yeah.
So I think it's more just it kind of took me out in the moment.
Is it better? Because I mean, we keep going back to it. Like, is it better if it's just one thing, or if it's like one moment, or is it better if it's like a reveal at the end?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know.
I mean, some of that stuff too, the lighter the touch you use, the better. And
I actually think that I might be wrong, and that might be the weakest of the stories. Now that I'm going back and looking at the panels again, the
like I said, for me, it's those two.
Spider-Mobile versus the Black Cat heist. But that one irritates me more because I was actually really liking how he was writing her.
Yeah, that's fair.
Ruins it at the end.
Yeah, like the end...
I'm with you on his voice for Spider-Man. I think his voice for Felicia is pretty on point.
Yeah.
I liked her a lot.
Yeah. No, I think his voice for Johnny, for the most part, works. It's really just Spider-Man, which is funny because he's obviously very vocally like a big Spider-Man fan. And in terms of the references to stories, like in history, I think that stuff's fine, especially like in the Raindrop idea of the book. You kind of need that just to date yourself of like where we are in the raindrops.
I also want to say, and because of Austin's point about this kind of more all ages art style, because it's done in this art style, it's not as novel and as exciting as I would have liked it to have been. But there's something about black costume Spider-Man versus Black Panther that's visually kind of cool.
Yeah.
That I love to see something else
Sure.
do something with that. Because aesthetically, it's a neat kind of eye-popping thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. We needed Black Cat to also be there, so you have 3 of them.
I also think it's funny that Craven is in one of the issues, but it's not the one with the black suit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, one he like really to me felt like out of like the '90s cartoon.
I had that too.
Specifically, like that episode where Spider-Man teams up with Black
Here's
Cat
that
to fight him.
Risque scene. So see, look, there's the bra strap. It's black. What are we doing? What?
And now it's beige.
I guess it was in shadow.
Hey, there we go. It's a shadow.
I hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
This will teach you to miscolor a bra strap.
Exactly. We're bra experts here on Geekvolution.
Well,
You
yeah,
can't swing that past
absolutely.
us.
Yeah. Like I said, he just kind of calls too much attention sometimes, like to mistakes, and doesn't come up with creative and clever enough ways to address them, where it just feels too like on the nose, or too much like, I'm trying to figure out how to articulate this. Too much like the writer coming through with it, I guess is the right way to put it. So, like, for instance, the whole thing with the Statue of Liberty didn't really play for me. Where it was like, well, no, Spider-Man, that was your idea the whole time. How did you even get all the way out here? And he's like, well, Johnny, I thought that you picked this, and then I have to just figure out how to get there. And he's like, Johnny might as well have said, well, in this issue, number whatever.
Yeah. The little narration captured
you
that.
first. Well, not even just like.
Oh yeah, look at the
just
audience.
Like he's being meta and knows what he should. He gets too nerdy. Like, he turns into Dan Slott and is like, well, I remember the issue number where this happened, and you're the one that took us here in the first place.
If you go with a Marvel wiki, Peter.
That didn't really play for me.
It reminded me of the Bat and the Cat, Our Origin is Year One. No, it's the Golden Age Batman issue 1 thing in the Tom King book, except obviously not repeated.
Yeah.
It was just one moment.
Oh, yeah. Well, and I just think and I had this with his whole with a lot of his amazing run. I just think he brags too much about what he knows.
Yeah.
And so, like, it's not,
because sometimes being like a huge fan of something does hurt.
It's like, look at my cred.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that does sometimes hurt, just your ability to write a character. Like, this isn't even just a Slott thing. Like, this can be in general. Like, just being a super fan of something, you can sometimes just get too lost in the weeds.
Yeah, and there comes a point too where you forget to tell the story. You're just busy showing off that you know the lore.
Yeah, exactly.
Dan Schneider put Captain America Red Menace on the wheel, which I've never read. That's a Brubaker book.
I'm not sure.
Although, Dan Slott, I question your geek credit because...
Oh, yeah, do it up. You told me about this.
Throw it down.
The 60s issue takes place specifically right after he beats Mysterio in the Mysterio issue, and they reference the Aunt May wants to set me up on a blind date thing, which happens 2 issues later. So, Dan Slott, I'm questioning your fan cred.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm just being silly, but I thought that was kind of funny in the moment.
Yeah, I don't have much else to add. It was a fun enough read, but it was a thing that I would have rather had time in between. Like, I feel like it's not really meant to be read in trade.
Yeah.
Marvel has, and you alluded to one earlier, Austin. Marvel has kind of a long history of these kinds of books. Like, it really likes, it just as a company to, like, acknowledge its history and the different kind of like like feels of different decades. And like recently there was a Marvel Zombies book that did this.
Yeah.
There was like Marvel Zombies through major events through the decades. There's even a prose book where Stan Lee edited it, and he picked 5 X-Men prose short stories that are set in different decades. Like they really love
Yeah.
the through the decades thing.
Even the Wonder Man book they're
Yeah.
doing now too kind of plays into that a little bit. Where it's going back to old 60s and 70s art styles and design when the events are happening canonically like 10 years before the present day.
Even Marvel's kind of does this.
Yeah.
That's what that new, not new, because they did 2 more, but the initial Godzilla versus Marvel of the new set did, where it was the individual one shots. That was also a through the decades thing.
Mhm.
Now, Marvel really loves their through the decades
Yeah.
storytelling.
Well, and because they've had however you feel about what's going on now, and if you think that their continuity's kind of broken down, like I do, I but Marvel like has a reason to kind of have pride in their continuity through the decades, at least up to a point.
Yeah.
Where they kept a relatively consistent continuity and running story for a long time, and that's a thing that they have over any other company.
Yeah.
It's like DC can't do that as well.
No, yeah.
No, it's through the reboots.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, and they try to do it even when they're rebooting the universe too. Like New 52 referencing stories that may not have actually happened in the New 52 continuity.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But like, there's
but yeah, I feel like this book
examples of this
Oh,
in
go ahead.
DC where it's like each issue is from a different era.
Mhm.
What we tend to do more with DC, and we do this with Marvel some as well, but with DC especially, I just noticed that you have Batman socks.
Yep. yes, I do.
But what DC does more often is they'll flash back to retro things as like this happened 5 years ago, but
Yeah.
it looks like the 50s. Like
Yeah.
they like to do that. So it's not through the decades
Yeah,
so
right.
much as like Batman is remembering something that happened a long time ago, and to us it looks like it was 60 years ago.
Yeah.
But it was actually just like 5 years ago or 10 years ago. And so like
he's like last week, and
Yeah,
it
no,
goes back
yeah.
to the 50s.
It's like he's wearing the gray and blue suit now, and Catwoman's got like her purple get up, and like none of this makes any sense if we're still in like the 2010s or whatever.
Yeah.
But you suspend your disbelief, and especially when we flash back and we go, Robin's got the tights and the green underwear and all of that.
Well, I know
Yeah.
like Grant Morrison had a theory when they were doing their Batman stuff, how every year or every decade of Batman's publishing history was roughly a year or two.
Mm-hmm.
So you have like 1 or 2 years of Batman being the Shadow, and then he meets Robin. It gets better from there. So he's going on more fun adventures and fighting more colorful, villains. Joker's not murdering people anymore. But then you get to like,
yeah, we find a lot of creative ways in different stories to explain the aesthetic change.
Yeah.
But it's not the Marvel, like, here's all the eras.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, too, like
No,
with,
definitely.
yeah, that Batman run too. You weren't like really flashing back, even if they reference like the international like Batman of the world or whoever the pre-Batman
Plus, you have like
Incorporated was.
different versions, like in certain eras. So you don't have Batman being like, I remember 3 years ago when I was simultaneously having fun adventures and also had a daughter.
Yeah. Well, they also kind of explained that.
Well, that's true too, because DC always had a multiverse, and Marvel did not.
And they also explained that like a lot of like the really psychedelic stuff in the 60s was just like Batman doing like hallucinogens and the Himalayas too to build like the Zerd R personality.
He's passed around the weaponized hallucinogens.
Exactly, it just happens.
Well, anyway,
but I feel like
thanks for giving us that book. I would have never read that.
Yeah,
it was all right, but I was surprised that the ending was kind of the best part.
Yeah,
and that was kind of nice.
It was actually wholesome and
real
pretty sweet when we get like the Lilo and Stitch like photos.
Oh
at
yeah,
the end.
Yeah,
that last
really
page where
nice.
they've got the...
and that was not laid on too thick. I
No.
liked that.
No, it was genuinely sweet. No, I feel like this book would have been a really good book for me to read, like on the way to either my mom or dad's house, like in the car as a kid. Like I feel like just hanging out on a drive, reading this is like a 8-year-old. Perfect.
Yeah, it's a fun read, and especially if, again, you're almost at your grandparents' house and you've only got enough time to read one more issue. There's stopping points too. You can pick it up later.
Exactly. Said
he was glad that we didn't hate it.
Yeah, we did. No, it was. I think we had a fairly decent time.
He made it sound like he didn't know it was Dan Slott initially, and was like, "Oh no, I asked for a Dan Slott thing. I shouldn't have done that."
And I mean, Dan Slott has his ups and downs, and I mean,
well, his name is on one of my favorite runs of all time, and I've never been able to tell just how much he was actually involved in it.
Yeah.
But the Allred's Silver Surfer book is one of my absolute favorite things.
Yeah, no, that's a great book,
and his name's on it.
Yeah.
So I gotta give him some kind of credit.
Yeah, exactly.
I think his Superman book's still going, isn't it? I'm not entirely sure.
And I read the first issue of that. It was all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't really heard anybody talk about it beyond when they first announced it.
I didn't keep going just because I was seeing. That was when I first was getting back into current, and I was just trying stuff.
Yeah.
I imagine he will probably have some sort of story in Amazing 1000. Who knows?
Yeah,
I think Bendis does.
Almost
I'll be shocked if he doesn't.
Okay, we've been going way too late tonight. Let's go ahead and spin the wheel and find out what we're doing next time. Austin is, I think, out all week next week. Am I right about that?
Yes, yeah, I'll be out all week.
And so it'll just be me and Chris next Tuesday if you're able to make it.
We'll miss you, Austin.
And
I'll be there in spirit with you guys.
Appreciate you.
And so we'll find out what Chris and I will be doing.
Yeah.
If whatever comes up is a book that Austin really wants to do,
I was gonna say, watch it be Welcome Back, Frank.
I guess what we could do is spin it again and then just hold that one for the next one.
Yeah.
So we won't respin it, because if somebody gets one up, I want them to get their thing reviewed, because we've got 40 things in the wheel now. But that's probably how I would handle that. So anyway, let's go ahead and spin it.
That makes sense.
And we'll see what comes up. And it is Aquaman, Time and Tide by Peter David, and 5590 ERS asked for that.
We're going to see some fingers get eaten by piranhas.
A lot of Peter David on the program recently.
All right,
yeah, love to see it.
Which is good. I was going to say because he passed recently. So
Chewbacca's lover is glad that Spider-Man Human Torch was not a thumbs down for us, but in this next book, Aquaman's thumb is getting taken down by a piranha. It's very late.
You pushed that on long enough that it became funny again.
Yeah.
Chris, I would recommend you just let me take care of the chat. Anyway, I'm going to take care of the chat
like you took care of Aquaman's hand.
I think.
Just got to delete me from just Lucas me out of here.
You're going to put a big CGI creature like George Lucas over you.
There's a non-speaking Jar Jar Binks right here.
Just like a JPEG.
It's that really awful CG Jabba in episode 4 that they added.
That thing's painful.
Yeah.
But we're not going to put the later versions of it. We're going to put the first version of it where it looks even worse.
Yeah.
Well, everybody, thanks a lot for watching. We sure appreciate it. We shouldn't have as long of a show next week because we're only gonna have 2 of us, and Austin's not gonna have books to review, and I'm not gonna have a pile of 35 books to go through. So that'll be good.
Yeah.
Anyway, appreciate you guys, and I hope you'll join us again. I was Captain Logan. This was Chris and
Bye, everyone.
Austin, the Day Ghost.
The Day Ghost.
Good night, everybody.
Bye, folks.
Bye, everyone.